Chapter 789. Since Shu Shan didn't want to fight, Han Fei couldn't do anything. If Han Fei fought like this, he might be beaten by both sides as soon as he showed up. However, since Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang were here, he could have a showdown with them. But he had to choose the right time. At this moment, the overwhelming vines almost turned this place into a seaweed wall. On the human side, except for Luo Xiaobai, Lu Renkuang, Yi Baiyu, and Chu Sun from the Grand Void Academy, Han Fei only knew 4 people. This meant that he should know many of the people who came this time. Yi Baiyu's speed was so fast that he flashed like a white stream of light in the dark bottom of the sea. Chu Sun was surrounded by swords. Han Fei still remembered his Grand Void sword art, which was a sea of swords. At this moment, he was locked in battle with a sea demon. 2,000-year tree demons drilled into the ground from time to time. A sea demon was blasted to the ground, and immediately the 1,000-year demon's sting burst out, directly stabbing the sea demon into a sieve. Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai, who was protected by Lu Renkuang and a group of armorists controlling as many as 12 kinds of marine creatures. As a result, this chaotic battlefield was filled with all sorts of colors. There were pollens shining with silver light, cordyceps like water snakes, and flowers with huge food sacs. Beside Luo Xiaobai, there were 5 manipulators. The 6 of them held up at least half of the sea demon's combat power. Han Fei scratched his head. Now, the 2 sides seemed to be fighting fiercely. However, they hadn't launched a killing move yet. Besides, they all had immortal seals. No matter how he counted, it was equivalent to more than 80 people fighting. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old man, the immortal seals are so annoying. Can't they be broken?" Shu Shan nodded. "Yes, if you become a hidden fisher, you can blast into the void and kill them without waiting for them to come out." Han Fei said irritably, "That's too early." Shu Shan thought for a while and suddenly said, "By the way, I think some of these people are not bad and have good physiques. When they die, can you bring me their corpses?" Han Fei said with a black face, "Brother, I'm alive and well. Why are you cursing me to die?" Shu Shan said, "I've thought about it. That puppet of yours definitely won't work. Splitting one's divine soul to attack was basically tantamount to suicide. Although you're powerful fighting alone, you're not strong enough to hold off so many people. Unless you still have a trump card. But at your current level, even if you have a trump card, you won't be able to kill so many people at once. Therefore, when they consume too much spiritual energy, they will die." Han Fei was horrified. The sea demons had never heard of the profession of spirit gatherer. Now they seemed to be in a stalemate. If the demonic qi or spiritual qi in these sea demons were running out, it would be time for them to break out. Besides, the human side seemed to have only 2 spirit gatherers. Maybe the human side would consume spiritual energy faster. Thinking of this, Han Fei made up his mind. Immediately, Han Fei moved forward more than 10 kilometers. Through the perception of plants, Luo Xiaobai's reaction distance should be about 20 kilometers. However, that was more than half a year ago. It should be 30 li by now, right? However, Luo Xiaobai was fully focused on the battle at this moment, and Han Fei didn't know how much she could perceive now. Han Fei immediately said to her via voice transmission, "Xiaobai, I'm Han Fei." Luo Xiaobai was in an absolutely calm state at this moment. She didn't expect to encounter 3 teams of sea demons. In the first confrontation, both sides had casualties. Because of her divine manipulator skills and her ability to control the 1,000-year tree demon, she killed 6 sea demons at the beginning. But on the human side, 3 were also killed. In her opinion, it was not a good deal. At this moment, more than half of the spiritual energy in their bodies had been consumed, and the spirit gatherers couldn't keep up. This was also the reason why the sea demons didn't break out. The other side was waiting for the human side to run out of spiritual energy and then suddenly break out. After all, the other side had far more people than the human side. Lu Renkuang suggested, "Xiaobai, how about we break out?" I can easily absorb 3 half-mermaids with the sky swallowing technique. How about killing a few first? Yi Baiyu rushed back and said to Luo Xiaobai via voice transmission, "When should we do it? If I keep running like this, I won't be able to hold on much longer. I have to take care of several sides on my own." Luo Xiaobai said expressionlessly, "Wait for me for a while. I'm accumulating strength." Chu Sen also had a headache. "I can't hold on much longer. Now, I still have enough spiritual energy. It shouldn't be a problem for me to kill 2 or 3 of them with my strongest move." Someone was speechless. "You killed 2 or 3 immortal seals. You killed them, but they came out again. The result is the same." The manipulators were all pale. A spirit gatherer was providing them with spiritual energy. At this moment, the spirit gatherer couldn't hold on much longer. "Captain, can you kill them with your ultimate move?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "I'll send the 2,000-year tree demons out later." At this moment, a voice sounded in Luo Xiaobai's head. "Xiaobai, I'm Han Fei." Hum! A large swath of vines exploded. Luo Xiaobai lost her balance, and a large swath of vines collapsed. On the sea demon's side, someone grinned and laughed. "Human beings can't hold on much longer. Don't rush to take action. The longer we delay, the better it will be for us. Once that manipulator collapses, it will be time for us to take action." Han Fei asked, "Xiaobai, can you sense where I am? I'm about 30 kilometers away from you. Now I look like an inferior manfish." After the excitement, Luo Xiaobai glanced at him. "I can sense it. How can you prove that you are Han Fei?" Han Fei said without hesitation, "The 5 of us explored the cave in the back mountain of the academy together, and then we fainted. We also went to explore teacher Xiao Zhan's secrets, and then we were hung up and flew into the air." Luo Xiaobai suddenly blushed, and her breath fluctuated. Lu Renquan glanced at Luo Xiaobai. "What's wrong? Can't you hold on any longer? If you can't, I'll rush out and kill them." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "I'm fine." Luo Xiaobai saw Han Fei's appearance through the spiritual plant and immediately asked, "How did you become a sea demon? Where's Xiaochan?" Han Fei quickly said, "Don't worry about it. Xia Xiaochan is not dead and neither am I. But my life tablet may be broken. I have an enhanced version of Poison God here. 10 kilograms. You can have it all. You can crush it among them. I'll give you the antidote too. You have to hold on for 20 seconds before you launch a full-scale attack." Han Fei immediately took out a bottle of enhanced version of Poison God and a bottle of antidote on the ground. 2 vines extended from the ground and dragged the 2 bottles into the ground. After receiving the bottles, Luo Xiaobai spoke to everybody telepathically. "Everybody, pay attention." Han Fei did not dare to make too much noise. Yu Hun's perception range was about 20 kilometers when his level was suppressed, but some people had a perception range higher than his. Luo Xiaobai, for example, had a perception range of 30 kilometers. However, their attention was not on him at this moment. Also, Han Fei had cast a concealment array and a breath concealing array on himself. It was too late for him to turn into a human being. He could only appear as an inferior manfish. However, Han Fei didn't know whether or not he should return to the 10,000 Demon Valley yet. Also, if he went out just like that, human beings would see that he was an inferior manfish and then turn into Han Fei. He would be imprisoned for the rest of his life in the Scattered Stars prison. It was hard for him to explain. It was not a question of whether or not he could help, but why he could turn into a fish. The Thousand Star City would never allow the fish transformation technique to appear again. In the bracelet, Shu Shan asked in surprise, "Do you know someone here? Let me guess. Is it the girl who is the strongest manipulator? TSK, your perception range is more than 30 kilometers. Not bad." Han Fei said gloomily, "Don't talk now. Help me when it's time. If you can loot the spirit awakening fluid from those half-mermaids, you can have it all." Shu Shan snorted. Why did they bring the spirit awakening fluid when they came in? However, the life stones work on me. Some of them used to be experts at the peak of the sea demon realm, right? 3 teams can have 3 life stones. If you can get the life stones, I can help you once. Han Fei was overjoyed. Kill them all? Pooh. The bracelet shivered. Get lost. I can help you kill 5 of them, the kind that can kill them directly without using the immortal seal. Deal. You can attack first. Shu Shan asked why. Han Fei said, I have a backup plan. Wouldn't it be a great loss if we hit them too hard? Okay. Luo Xiaobai said, everyone prepare to attack in 10 seconds. Remember, hold my vines one by one and take the antidote. Lu Rinquang said in surprise, Xiaobai, wait, why do you have poison god? I remember that Chao Jiren took all of Chao Chio's poison god. Is Chao Jiren here? Luo Xiaobai said, don't talk nonsense. Take the antidote first. I'll explain to you later. 10 seconds passed in a flash. Luo Xiaobai suddenly shouted, everyone, swallow the spiritual fruit and attack with all your strength. No need to hold back. Luo Xiaobai put on a faint smile and pointed her finger in the air. Deep blue, sea-covering vine. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 790. As Luo Xiaobai attacked, all her spiritual energy was exhausted, and a massive number of blue flower buds suddenly bloomed within 2,000 meters. Yi Baiyu roared, use all your secret techniques. Aurora sword slash. Sound waves burst out of Chu Sun's mouth. 6 styles of Grand Void. The 4th style, Sword Hanging Sky Waterfall. Lu Rinquang took out all his ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Torrents of knives and swords, violent war body, sky swallowing technique. In an instant, the sky was full of light and shadows, and a weird blue color swept across the sea. In the sky, all the sword shadows fell like rain. A sword light rushed through the crowd like a shadow, and none of the attacks could hit him. A dark big hole directly froze the 3 of them. No one dared to approach Lu Rinquang. The sea demons suddenly changed their expressions. The humans can't wait to attack. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Sea King's secret technique. More than 30 half-mermaids burst into white flames at the same time, and 13 sets of golden battlesuits and 7 water giants appeared in the crowd after a round of attacks. A total of 16 sea demons and humans were killed, and then they walked out of the void again. One by one, they walked out of the void again with the immortal seal. After about 2 minutes, a half-mermaid's face suddenly changed. Not good, it's poisoned. Take anti-poison fruits and antidotes. Han Fei frowned. Why didn't he know there was antidote? No one gave it to him. F***CK, the 10,000 Demon Valley, is treating me as a friend. Other people have antidotes, but I don't. In fact, Han Fei was wrong about them. If he hadn't been staring at the weapon shop, he would have found that some grocery stores in the canyon of the 10,000 Demon Valley sold antidotes. However, could an antidote block 10 kilograms of God of Poison? Except for the 13 guys in golden battle suits. The strength of half of the people suddenly plummeted. Han Fei quickly asked, Old man, when are you going to attack? Shu Shan shrugged. Don't panic. Young people are always impatient. If you want to win, you have to kill them all at once. You can't show up now. Send your puppet over later. You and your contractual spiritual beast will ambush those who escape. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Fine. With a thought, the Overlord appeared beside him and put the universe bracelet on the Overlord's hand. Han Fei's face was slightly twisted, full of pain, and a blue soul fire disappeared into the Overlord's eyes. Little Black opened its mouth, and the Overlord jumped into it. A white spirit swallowing fish was swimming leisurely at the bottom of the sea full of plants, and it was swimming in the direction of the battlefield. When Little White was within 20 miles of the battlefield, someone had already noticed it. A half-mermaid expert was slightly stunned. A spirit swallowing fish? Why would there be spirit swallowing fish in such a place? Some people found it strange that this spirit swallowing fish seemed a little different. It was much more beautiful and exquisite than ordinary spirit swallowing fish. Its white, translucent fins and long tail made this spirit swallowing fish look especially sacred. Little White swam very fast. When it was 5 kilometers away, many people's senses scanned the area crazily. They felt it was unreasonable for a spirit swallowing fish to appear here. However, because he didn't sense anyone or any other living beings, the battle didn't stop. When Lu Rinquang perceived the little fish, his eyes widened. Little White. At that moment, Lu Rinquang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and the sky-swallowing technique showed signs of collapsing. Luo Xiaobai scolded him via voice transmission. Don't be distracted. I'll explain to you later. Huh. Lu Rinquang seemed to have taken a tonic. Suddenly, he was in high spirits, and his momentum soared. There was a cracking sound above his head. This guy had made a breakthrough. The sea demons roared crazily. Human beings are just struggling. They can't hold on for long. Their spiritual energy will be exhausted in 5 minutes at most, and we will usher in the dawn of victory. The glory will be ours. For a moment, both sides were even more excited. 5 or 6 heavenly talents with semi-divine suits had even begun to summon the Sea King's possession. Their terrifying power was no worse than that of the human side. However, being poisoned was being poisoned. Could they last for 20 breaths of time? Suddenly, a full moon scimitar condensed in front of a human heavenly talent. This scimitar shone like moonlight, trembled and hummed, and suddenly appeared above a sea demon's head. Chilla! The full moon scimitar fell, and the sea demon was instantly killed. At the same time, the human beings around all retreated, and an armorist took out a dark red shield in case of the enemy's dying strike. Boom! The armorist was blown away and crushed hundreds of meters on the bottom of the sea. Vomiting blood, he grinned. Ha ha ha! My divine martial shield is truly the strongest defense. This was the first sea demon to die. He no longer had an immortal seal, but his dying strike still worried Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai suddenly roared, "Everybody retreat! Ho! Get the hell back! I'll chop you stinky fish and shrimps to death." A series of tyrannical bombardments quickly divided the 2 sides of the battlefield. The sea demon expert roared, "Everybody, human beings want to delay us. Those who still have immortal seals, let's launch a desperate attack and unleash your strongest power." However, all of a sudden, a towering giant walked out of the void. He was armed to the eyes with a bright red armor that was engraved with complicated array patterns. The towering giant carried a big shield in his left hand and an icy blue giant sword in his left. He looked so creepy. The sea demons were appalled. They didn't know where this man came from. Did he appear out of thin air? The human beings were also stunned. How could there be such a person who came in with us? Was there someone in this treasure trove? However, his appearance was too intimidating, wasn't it? He was like a king from the darkness who had just walked out of the abyss. Someone asked in shock, "Who is this? Is there any backup plan on our side?" Someone's eyes widened. He jumped out of the void. Could it be that a human expert tore open a void channel and came in from the outside? Lu Rinquang looked at the guy who suddenly appeared, dumbfounded. Then he looked at Xiaobai not far away, his heart surging. Even Luo Xiaobai was very surprised. What on earth did Han Fei experience outside? On the sea demon's side, a captain shouted, "2 heavenly talents. Use the Sea King's possession to stop this man." Immediately, 2 heavenly talents swooped over despite the poison god. They even launched the sea god strike. The seawater was torn apart, causing 2 terrifying sonic booms. Then, the 2 of them added golden phantoms to themselves, trying to kill the overlord in one fell swoop. Someone exclaimed, "Dodge! That's the sea demon's most powerful attack. You can't take it head-on." Someone hurriedly said, "Brother, come here." The overlord raised his feet and took a small step forward. An overwhelming sword shadow suddenly burst out of the half-mermaid Heavenly Talent's body. Bam! The half-mermaid Heavenly Talent exploded, leaving only a broken skeleton. The other half-mermaid Heavenly Talent was horrified. What the hell? I didn't see this man attack. However, at this time he had already exerted his speed to the extreme, and it was impossible for him to retreat. He thought to himself, "I still have the immortal seal. I still have a chance." The overlord raised his feet again, covering dozens of meters with each step, and hadn't yet raised the frost sword in his hand. However, the half-mermaid Heavenly Talent's body burst out again. With a bang, this prodigy's body also exploded. Shoot! Oh my God, are my eyes deceiving me? So strong! Is it really the Scattered Stars Island that has arrived? Cool, if only I can do the same. On the human side, they were inexplicably shocked and delighted. They were shocked that the Scattered Stars Island had a hidden trump card that was ridiculously strong. On the sea demon's side, countless people were horrified. Someone shouted, "A strong master has arrived! Run!" However, vines were growing all around. Besides, they were already very close to the overlord. How could they escape? All of a sudden, 3 half-mermaid Heavenly Talents with golden fighting intent burst out of their bodies at the same time and exploded. A sense of desperation rose in the hearts of these half-mermaid Heavenly Talents. How the hell could they fight? It's true that we're Heavenly Talents. Facing these human Heavenly Talents, we're not scared at all. But where did this ferocious man come from? In the blink of an eye, 5 top Heavenly Talents exploded and died. Run! The moment the overlord appeared, Luo Xiaobai had already said, "Spirit gatherers, give all your spiritual energy to manipulators." At this moment, Luo Xiaobai vomited a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty, "Deep blue forbidden." An invisible barrier sealed this place. When the sea demons were about to flee in horror, the overlord finally waved his giant sword. Swish! The seawater was frozen, and the 100-meter-long sword instantly traversed more than 800 meters. The 7 half-mermaids along the way, including 2 Heavenly Talents, were instantly turned into frozen pieces, not even leaving a speck of dust. Hiss! Horror, fear, and desperation struck the hearts of all the sea demons almost instantly. How the hell were they going to fight? In an instant, 12 sea demons were killed. 7 people were killed with 1 sword strike. What kind of expert would be able to do such a thing? On the human side, they all swallowed, all shocked. Even Luo Xiaobai swallowed subconsciously, shocked. Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. I must be dreaming, right? Run, run. The human masters are coming in. Break through the seal. Let's go. Not good. Why haven't the 5 top Heavenly Talents resurrected yet? Why didn't the effect of the immortal seal work? A captain-level expert scolded harshly, "No, this sword is not as strong as we thought. Don't panic. Let's use Sea God's arrival." While the sea demons were fleeing in panic, the overlord held Frostmourne with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. Deep blue flames were dancing in his eyes. 2. Go. In. Yang. Will. 3rd. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 791. Han Fei spoke from a distance. There were a total of 26 sea demons. 1 was killed by the full moon wheel, and there were 25 left. The overlord killed 12 at once. Among them, the 5 that were killed by Shushan had already perished in the void, unable to come back to life. Of the 7 killed by Frostmourne, 5 walked out of the void again. In this way, the number of sea demons decreased sharply, and there were only 18 left. This number was only 1 more than the human side. If the human side used all their powerful means, they might win, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. However, Han Fei still underestimated the consumption of Frostmourne. After one strike, 2/3 of the spiritual energy he gave to Frostmourne was consumed, and he couldn't swing the sword again. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. He had prepared his next move, the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. Han Fei had never used this move in front of others before. The only time was when the blue sea wandering dragon daggers turned into a small Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel in the undersea city. However, that time was completely different from the real Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. That was why Han Fei dared to take out this trump card at this moment. Little Black and Little White immediately turned into two mystic lights, one black and one white. When the two mystic lights converged, a rotating Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern appeared. Swish! Yin and Yang converged, like a magical wheel, falling into the crowd of sea demons that fled in panic. Puff! Han Fei naturally didn't aim at those guys in golden battle suits. He was hunting those ordinary heavenly talents who only wore ultra-quality demonic weapons. Kacha! The demonic artifact broke. It couldn't even block for an instant. A sea monster was cut in half. Puff! 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 After Han Fei killed 4 people in a row, a captain and a heavenly talent among the sea demons suddenly stood up and roared, "Sea God arrives!" In the distance, Han Fei frowned. This move was very powerful. It was a terrifying secret technique that could block the Chow family's fist mark twice. A golden phantom descended and fell on that person. The Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel and the golden phantom were fighting. Flames burned on that guy's body, and the surrounding water temperature rose rapidly. Buzz! Buzz! 3 seconds passed in a row. Han Fei in the distance suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! Han Fei said in his heart, "Xiaobai, open a hole in my direction and let 5 people out at most." Han Fei sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Little Black and Little White are not strong enough and not omnipotent. The sea god's descent was simply too powerful. He felt that Little Black and Little White were injured, causing him to suffer a backlash. If he were to forcefully attack, he might be able to kill that genius in the end, but it would definitely not be worth it. The Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel dissipated, and Little White and Little Black swam to the tyrant's side, where no one dared to approach. On the other side, Luo Xiaobai roared, "Attack! Kill the enemy!" Luo Xiaobai knew that Han Fei had probably reached his limit. Otherwise, according to Han Fei's character, he would have killed all the enemies and left no one alive. But even so, Han Fei still had a trump card. He believed that he could still kill 5 more. However, Luo Xiaobai was unwilling. It didn't matter if others died, but Han Fei couldn't die. Han Fei had done more than enough. Luo Xiaobai pretended to vomit a mouthful of blood. A seal was unstable and a gap was directly broken. In that place, there were only 2 sea demons. Besides, they were not the kind of peerless heavenly talents wearing golden battle suits. The 2 sea demons immediately exclaimed and roared together, "The seal is broken. Let's go from here." As soon as the 2 jumped out of the seal, they saw a touch of blue light and the seal was closed again. The 2 looked at each other in horror and fled quickly without saying a word. They had to spread this news. On the human side, a strong master had come in. All teams had to be careful. In the seal, Luo Xiaobai actually couldn't hold on any longer. She just said to the others via voice transmission, "There are only 13 left here. We have to rely on ourselves. Kill! Kill!" The tyrant couldn't fight anymore. Without the support of spiritual energy, it was just an iron lump. Although the tyrant's eyes were flashing with blue soul fire, he could at most block 1 sea demon at the moment. In order to maintain his sense of mystery and the illusion of power, he didn't attack again. The humans and the sea monsters started fighting again. This time, Han Fei really couldn't stop them. His target had already been the 2 people who had escaped. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Luo Xiaobai let 2 people out. What does she mean? Are you afraid that I can't beat them? Do you think I've exhausted all my means? The two heavenly talents fled out in horror. One of them said, "It's over, it's over." All of a sudden, the three teams were wiped out. Human beings are too terrifying. This news must be spread. The other person felt his soul trembling. That strong master is invincible. He's definitely a backup plan left by human beings. We were lucky to come out. The others, just when they rushed out more than 30 kilometers and thought they had escaped, countless black, iron-like chains suddenly appeared in the air. 100 meters away from them, a silhouette blocked their way. Yu Fei? Master Yu Fei? Something happened ahead. Wait, what do you want to do? Beside Han Fei, Little Gold tilted his head and looked at the two people. Lightning blade. Sizzle. The terrifying light of the lightning blade drowned the two people in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have a chance to resist. They were drowned in Little Gold's terrifying power. One of them had already used the immortal seal. At this moment, he roared and launched a dying strike. However, Han Fei, wearing a golden battle suit and holding the golden seal in his other hand, slammed down. Although he failed to block it, Han Fei only rolled on the ground for about 10 meters before getting up again. Han Fei stood up and patted his body, his two big eyes flashing on his shoulders. Han Fei's lips curled. Sure enough, with the majestic mystic spell and Little Fatty's resistance, the dying strike is basically useless against me. TSK, I really want to deduce the void fishing art as soon as possible. Han Fei couldn't help turning his head. He wanted to go back with the human beings. However, once he went back, he might not have a chance to go to sea in a short time. He couldn't deduce the void fishing art anymore. Then his strength might not be able to continue to improve. How annoying! When the remaining person walked out of the void, what appeared in front of him was a fist mark. At that moment, he knew what despair was. Dying strike? Why was it called dying strike? Basically, once the immortal seal was destroyed, even if one came out alive, they would most likely die. As for the so-called dying strike, it was more like he wanted to take his opponent down with him. However, in the face of absolute power, was it really possible for them to perish together just because they said so? After killing the two of them easily, Han Fei recalled the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and Little Fatty and sensed the surroundings, only to find that nobody noticed anything unusual. Only then did he pay attention to Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, humans and sea demons were still fighting, facing a group of sea monsters that only wanted to escape, facing a group of sea monsters with more than half of their combat power, some of whom were still vomiting and having diarrhea. The human side was extremely unyielding. If not for the 3 captain-level powerhouses using the sea god's descent technique, all the sea demons would have died. Geniuses were geniuses, after all. Not everyone had Shu Shan's terrifying, scalp-numbing battle prowess. Not everyone had terrifying weapons and combat skills, like the sea-quelling bizarre treasures or the sun yin-yang wheel. Han Fei saw that the seal had been broken, and Luo Xiaobai's face was pale. She seemed to be seriously injured. Han Fei immediately said to her via voice transmission, "Xiaobai, don't kill the others. Just kill those 3. The 3 captains of the half-mermaids. It's fine to release the others." Luo Xiaobai's response was still so simple and clear. She nodded lightly. Okay. About 5 minutes later, the 3 captains of the sea demons knew the purpose of the humans. They had to make a choice. This time, they came in with the determination to die. Therefore, the 3 of them finally chose to give up. However, even so, the 3 of them still killed 2 human powerhouses. Only then did this battle come to an end. There were only 7 half-mermaids who escaped. There were 30 of them when they came, but only 7 escaped. Besides, only 2 of the 7 people still had immortal seals. The others' immortal seals had all been exhausted. On the human side, a total of 5 people died, 3 of which were blown to pieces and 1 was cut off. There was only one hunter whose body was relatively intact. At this moment, Han Fei saw a group of people were about to gather around and ask about the Overlord. Immediately, Han Fei raised his hand to stop them and said to everyone via voice transmission, "Recover where you are. Danger is everywhere. Who is the leader? Come over and have a chat." Luo Xiaobai was half sitting on the ground at this moment, her face pale. Yi Baiyu immediately walked out. "Me, senior, who are you?" Han Fei shook his head. "I have nothing to talk to you. You don't look like a qualified captain." Yi Baiyu. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai, who pointed at Lu Renquang. "You go." Lu Renquang was already very excited. However, he didn't dare to show the slightest surprise on his face and just hurriedly got up. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Fatty, give me those 2 life fruits. I need them." Yi Baiyu was speechless. "Am I not a qualified captain? This fatty is not even a captain. How can you accept him? That's really annoying." As for why there were 2 life fruits, because not every Sea Demon Realm powerhouse would leave a life fruit. There was a chance of that. It was already not bad to have 2 life fruits. Vine sent the 2 life fruits to Lu Renquang's hand. Then, under everyone's confused gaze, Lu Renquang and the Overlord walked farther and farther away, and finally disappeared from everyone's perception. Someone wondered, "Who is that person?" Someone said lightly, "I'm afraid the senior just doesn't want to show up." Luo Xiaobai said lightly, "Don't talk about it. He must have his reasons for not staying. He should have another mission." Immediately, everyone understood. Yes, this undersea forest was extremely weird. This person hid so well. He must have some top-secret mission. Continue to ask for monthly votes. The plot is progressing quite fast. The next few days should be more exciting. I need your support. Recommendation. Monthly votes official reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 792. When Lu Renquang saw that it was an inferior man-fish waiting for him, he was dumbfounded and couldn't believe his eyes. "Howl! Fei, how did you become this ugly inferior man-fish? Just who turned you into this? Tell me. I'll ask senior brother Dashuai to kill him." After seeing Han Fei, Lu Renquang came up and howled as if he were crying. Han Fei kicked him. "Don't howl. Look at you. I've been away for so long, but you've only just become an advanced hanging fisher. What the hell have you been doing?" Lu Renquang kept wiping his tears, which made Han Fei's eyelids twitch. However, Han Fei was delighted, knowing that Han Fei was not dead. Although he had become an ugly inferior man-fish, Lu Renquang was still very happy. Lu Renquang grinned and said with a silly smile, "I've worked very hard. Besides, I can't make a breakthrough just for the sake of it. I have to lay a solid foundation. Fei, tell me first, how did you become an inferior man-fish? Who was that big black guy just now? He was not a human. I saw that he was full of spiritual energy." Han Fei bared his teeth and said grumpily, "That's a semi-divine puppet. Didn't you see that I couldn't attack anymore after only 2 attacks?" Lu Renquang was full of disbelief. "You killed 12 people twice, especially the first 5. You didn't even use the immortal seal. You must have encountered a great opportunity. But will you go out with us this time?" Han Fei thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. "No. I want to see if I have been exposed to the sea demons. If possible, I may have to go back." Lu Renquang was stunned. "Why do you want to go back?" Suddenly, an idea popped up in Lu Renquang's mind, but his expression suddenly became serious. "Is your original body dead? So, the life tablet will shatter. Then, did you possess an inferior man-fish?" Han Fei rolled his eyes at him and kicked him. "What are you thinking? My original body is not dead." Lu Renquang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Lu Renquang didn't ask about Han Fei's secret. After saying a few words, his face darkened. Where's Xia Shaochan?" Do you have anything to do with the unusual movements in the sky and the sea demon mountains being moved away? Han Fei nodded. However, he didn't want to tell Lu Rinquang about Chen Huangdian, which would put a lot of pressure on them. He hadn't even settled down in the Thousand-Star City yet. It was better not to let them know about what had happened in the Endless Sea Realm. Han Fei said, "You don't need to know anything else. Tell Xiao Bai and the rest." Before Han Fei finished speaking, a blue flower appeared on the ground beside him. The flowers bloomed, revealing Luo Xiaobai's figure. Luo Xiaobai's face was still cold. "I'm here." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about Xia Shaochan. However, I suspect that what the Thug Academy experienced more than 30 years ago was far more complicated than what Olbai said. There might be some unknown factors involved in this. What you need to do now is to increase your strength as soon as possible. I have to find a way to become a hidden fisher as soon as possible." Luo Xiaobai nodded casually. "Got it. When will you be back?" Han Fei thought for a moment. In fact, he didn't want to go to the 10,000 Demon Valley anymore, but he had to find a way out. Should he leave through the channel on the human side? The consequences were unpredictable. If he was sure that it would be fine on the sea demon's side, he would have to find a way to leave through the sea demon's side. If Qixue Huan wanted him dead, he wouldn't have sent him here. After all, most of the heavenly talents of the 10,000 Demon Valley were here. Also, he had 3 agreements with Qixue Huan. As for the heritage dredging fruit, he didn't necessarily need it. However, he still had to find it. If he could keep it, he would keep it. If he couldn't keep it, he could give it to her to gain her trust. Han Fei thought for a moment. "It shouldn't take long. I'll go back after I take care of things here." Luo Xiaobai asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Keep an eye on Yang Ying of the Dark Hunter Legion. If she leaves the Scattered Stars Island and returns to the 36 towns, kill her. If she's still around, just keep an eye on her and wait for me to get back." Hearing this, both Luo Xiaobai and Lu Rinquang were stunned. Lu Rinquang suddenly roared angrily. "Was it Yang Ying's doing? I killed her. Han Fei pressed Lu Rinquang. "I will avenge myself. Don't do anything unless she wants to leave." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Got it. She can't get away." Han Fei thought for a moment. "Also, tell Tengu that I'm still alive. Also, tell him to go to the Twisted Jungle. The location is—" Lu Rinquang patted his chest. "Rest assured. I saw Tengu the day before yesterday." Han Fei thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any news about the heritage dredging fruit?" Lu Rinquang was briefly stunned. "The golden fruit? Yes." Luo Xiaobai replied, "Yes." However, he hadn't found it yet. It was said that finding the 10,000-year tree demon would mean finding the meridian dredging fruit. However, the 10,000-year tree demon knew how to conceal itself. Even the semi-divine battle suit couldn't block its 10,000-year demon sting. If we encounter it, we need to be extremely careful. Han Fei frowned. "So, there is only one 10,000-year tree demon here?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "That should be the case. Our goal is not the 10,000-year tree demon, but we were told that if we encounter it, we should kill it if we can. Humans are here to protect the leafless tree. Therefore, we must fight the sea demons." Han Fei chuckled. "The sea demons are here to kill the leafless tree. By the way, what is this leafless tree?" Luo Xiaobai explained. "The leafless tree guards the passage. If it is killed, the passage to the demon plant forest will be reopened. However, humans can't guarantee whether the demon plants are still friendly to humans. All in all, we can't open this passage." Luo Xiaobai roughly told him about the demon plants, but she didn't seem to know as much as Xu Shan. Han Fei nodded slightly. "Understood." Han Fei smiled. "By the way, is there no map?" We don't know where the 10,000-year tree demon and the leafless tree are. Luo Xiaobai pondered for a while. According to the 1,000-year tree demon I control, the 10,000-year tree demon doesn't have a fixed position. However, the 10,000-year tree demon also seems to want to leave here. I'm afraid it is also trying to kill the leafless tree. So, if we find the leafless tree, we should be able to find the 10,000-year tree demon. As for where the leafless tree is, we don't know. Suddenly, a vine stretched out from the ground. However, we have a leaf of the leafless tree. Han Fei froze for a moment. No. Wait a minute. Didn't you just say it was leafless? Why is there a leaf? Lu Renquang grinned. It is said that there used to be leaves. Maybe it's all gone because it's too old. Han Fei rolled his eyes and immediately called out Little Black and Little White. Girl, smell it. Where is the old tree? Little White kissed the leaf, turned around for a while, and chose the direction on Han Fei's left. Han Fei immediately smiled. Do you want to lead the team in this direction? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Not for the time being. After we repair this place, we will continue to hunt sea demons. Otherwise, once we reach the leafless tree, there is no way to retreat. In terms of numbers, we don't have an advantage. Lu Renquang sighed. The sea demons launched an attack on the Scattered Stars Island, forcing us to not have enough people to come in. Han Fei thought for a while. There are no more than 250 sea demons that came in. There are 11 people in a single group, and I killed 9 on my side. On this side, 7 escaped just now. Plus those that have died, the current number is definitely less than 200. Lu Renquang sighed. We have a total of 120 people. Han Fei frowned. Didn't they leave any powerful weapons? On the sea demon's side, it seems that some of them have been taught the secret method of Sea God Descends. It's very strong. It's the one you saw just now. Besides, there is one thing you have to pay attention to. The sea demons may carry divine weapons, so be very careful. Lu Renquang exclaimed, Divine weapons? Han Fei nodded solemnly. They should be prepared for the leafless tree. They won't use them casually. If you find the leafless tree, you must be careful. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, I see. Han Fei bared his teeth. Okay, go back. Otherwise, I can't explain it to you. Lu Renquang sighed. Why don't you go back with us? Isn't it dangerous to stay with the sea demons? Han Fei kicked him. Don't be a hypocrite. Get out of here. Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, Wait a minute. Lu Renquang quickly turned around, and Luo Xiaobai also popped up again. Han Fei suddenly asked with a gloomy face, In the past few months, have there been any super strong masters who have come to the Scattered Stars Island? Lu Renquang was shocked. Huh? How strong is very strong? Luo Xiaobai hesitated for a while and suddenly said, No strong masters have come to the Scattered Stars Island. However, one thing happened. It has been raining heavily on the Scattered Stars Island for half a month. Han Fei was at a loss. Huh? What's going on? Lu Renquang was also at a loss. Isn't it because of the weather? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. In a secret scroll I received, there is such a paragraph of information saying that this is caused by a strong master calculating the heavenly secrets. I once heard from my ancestor that if the heavenly secrets are in disorder, it is very likely to cause abnormal weather phenomena. Han Fei frowned. Calculating the heavenly secrets? The heavenly secrets are in disorder? Han Fei nodded. Got it. You can go back. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 793. After separating from Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang, Han Fei immediately asked, Old Shu, call me big brother? Who's the old man? Han Fei chuckled. Brother, what's up with this divination? What's with the disorder of heaven's secrets? Shu Shan was silent for a long time. Boy, did you do something to turn yourself into a sea demon and dare not return to the human race? Han Fei said helplessly, "Just tell me what's going on. Is it fun to make wild guesses?" Shu Shan said leisurely, "Divination. It was something that could only be achieved by those who had at least 1 foot in the Explorer realm, or even the Venerable realm. And what?" The bracelet trembled. "And the chaos of the heavenly mysteries must be accompanied by the concealment of the heavenly mysteries or the blessing of providence. If they want to conceal the heavenly secrets, they have to be at least a venerable level expert or have the protection of a magical treasure." Han Fei's heart slightly trembled. It felt so far away from him. He had only heard of the Venerable before, but had never seen one. Would there be one in the 1,000-star city? However, Han Fei was secretly relieved. The weather anomaly that Luo Xiaobai said should be over. However, he could not panic. If those people were still there, he wouldn't be able to deduce the void fishing art immediately even if he went out. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered. Han Fei took a breath and said, "Whatever, let's find the 10,000-year tree demon first." "Old Shu, how are the effects of 2 fate fruits?" Shu Shan snorted. "What can I do? Relatively speaking, it increases vitality a little bit, which is a little better than your spirit awakening fluid of less than 500 caddies. But when I helped you just now, I also consumed a lot of energy." As if he didn't hear the last sentence, Han Fei asked in surprise, "Life fruit is better than spirit awakening fluid?" Shu Shan, "Of course, which is more important, lifespan or aptitude? At any time, any expert would think that lifespan is more important." Han Fei curled his lips. "But don't you only have a soul left?" Shu Shan said angrily, "I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to sleep." Han Fei hurriedly said, "Don't. I'll have to rely on you to find the 10,000-year tree demon. You heard it just now. Semi-divine weapons can't block the 10,000-year demon stinger at all." Shu Shan sneered, "I don't want to talk to a hanging fisher who has a sea-quelling bizarre treasure." Han Fei. For Han Fei, finding the leafless tree was secondary. The passageway was there, and whether it would open or not was predetermined. Moreover, not everything had to fall on his head all the time. Over the past 3 days, he and Little White had been digging spirit fruits in that direction. It was really refreshing. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting on a giant algae. In his perception, there was an octopus disguised as part of the giant seaweed lying more than 300 meters away from him. And on the ground 1,000 meters away, there was a small forest. In the forest, there was an especially small stalk that seemed to be a material that surpassed the peak grade. It gave off the feeling that it was a material that could be used to forge divine weapons. Han Fei took out a peppermint leaf and stuffed it into his mouth as he quietly scanned the grove. Other than the 1,000-year tree demon in disguise, he had already discovered the 100-year tree demon. But among so many small trees, there was always a disguised 100-year tree demon. Moreover, he felt that there was danger here. Until now, Han Fei didn't know where the danger came from. In fact, Han Fei didn't want to take risks now, so he had been sitting here, exploring the underground bit by bit with his perception. Not far from the 1,000-year tree demon, there was a bunch of potato-like fruits. This was why he stayed here. He had been here for 6 hours, and he had chewed 7 or 8 peppermint leaves, but Han Fei still didn't move. Suddenly, in Han Fei's perception, a team of 7 sea demons appeared. Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not human beings. Otherwise, he would have to think about how to stop them. Immediately, Han Fei didn't move, but directly cast a stealth array and breath concealing array on himself. He slowed down his breathing, just sat here and watched the scene here, quietly. Since those people had come, they would definitely find this place. He didn't dare to do it, but it wouldn't hurt to let them try. Han Fei was quite confident in his array. If their strength hadn't been suppressed to the demonization realm, it would be hard to say. But since they suppressed their strength to this realm, they wouldn't be able to find him. After a moment, 7 people came one after another. The man in the lead looked familiar to Han Fei, but he didn't know him. Han Fei wasn't familiar with these team members, but he had seen them all. Master Yu He, this place is weird. There's so many small trees. Huh, there's 100-year tree demon. Yu He narrowed his eyes. More than that. Look at that thin, stick-like thing. It's probably 1,000-year tree demon. Suddenly, someone was overjoyed. Master, there's a large bunch of spiritual fruits underground, at least 20. Yu He's perception also scanned it, and he licked his lips. TSK, 1,000-year tree demon and 100-year tree demon in disguise? Destroy them. Han Fei subconsciously narrowed his eyes. He saw that when Yu He bombarded the 1,000-year tree demon, the 1,000-year tree demon tried to stab it with its 1,000-year demonic stinger. But Han Fei felt something was wrong. Why didn't the 1,000-year tree demon move? Chilla. Suddenly, the seawater became viscous, and Han Fei subconsciously used the eyes of true vision. There's no problem. But suddenly a sharp stinger pierced directly out of the ground 100 meters high. It was so fast that it looked like a flash of light in the seawater. Clang! Yu He was horrified. He had been very careful. At the moment when the light appeared, he suddenly turned into a skeleton fish, and the flesh and blood on his body disappeared. In this way, the 3 fish bones were taken away by this stinger. When he was blasted away, he seemed to have hit a big net. Han Fei immediately thought of something. Fuse! The yin-yang divine eyes appeared, and then Han Fei trembled slightly. There was an invisible net above him, including the area where he was standing. Yes, it was silk that was completely integrated with the water. But this time, Han Fei looked at the thin small tree again, only to find that the roots of the small tree were connected to nearly 50 small trees. This didn't appear before, so he didn't notice it. Waves of strange power drilled into its body from the 50 small trees. Han Fei frowned. Impossible. Could it be? He was seriously injured and moved sideways. Not good. Run quickly. It's a 10,000-year tree demon. Han Fei's pupils suddenly constricted. Is this AF asterisk king 10,000-year tree demon? He had always thought it was 1,000-year tree demon. He had been sitting here without moving just to see clearly how many 1,000-year tree demons and 100-year tree demons there were. But now he was told that it was a 10,000-year tree demon? Damn it. Even the yin-yang divine eyes can't see the 10,000-year tree demon when it hasn't launched an attack? At least in this strange, illusory place, the eyes of true vision are completely useless. However, when He shouted, the 10,000-year demon stings flashed like lightning, one after another. As long as one was stabbed, there would be a second one immediately. Then a large number of straw-like vines would be thrown out in an instant, buckling the person who was stabbed. Semi-divine weapons were indeed useless in front of the 10,000-year demon stings. One of the half-mermaids reacted in time, and after being stabbed he turned into water and fled. His speed was very fast, but the 10,000-year demon stings immediately found his position according to the fluctuations of the water ripples and stabbed him once, twice, 3 times in the blink of an eye, except for He among the remaining people. Only one guy who had turned into a jellyfish was still alive. Jellyfishes were like jelly. They didn't feel anything when they were stabbed once or twice. Unfortunately, the companion's spirit, summoned by the man, escaped with its master and was stabbed to death in the next moment. The jellyfish without a companion spirit was stabbed hundreds of times. Countless vines buckled him, and then those straw-like things began to suck crazily, turning the jellyfish into a layer of skin. In the end, that layer of skin became a dried fish. As for he used Sea God Descends, and a golden phantom blocked in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The jellyfish was stabbed again and again, and the man quickly floated up. More than 100 meters away, He's harpoon stirred crazily, and then Han Fei saw the invisible silk net. Oh no, to be precise, it was a kind of silk thread. It was terrifyingly tough, but it still failed to block the bombardment of the semi-divine harpoon. Yuhi finally broke out of the net, his face full of horror. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the 10,000-year tree demon was not invincible. However, within 100 meters from the bottom of the sea, it was invincible. Han Fei looked down. He seemed to be sitting at a height of only about 50 meters from the ground. Just when Han Fei was considering whether to flash out or not, suddenly a voice fell in Han Fei's mind. Aren't you going to take action? It should be easier to rob him than to rob me. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. F***CK. Was I discovered by this 10,000-year tree demon? That's right, I'm so close to it, and I only managed to conceal myself just now. How could the other party not find him? But why didn't it take action? Han Fei didn't know. However, this 10,000-year tree demon was right about one thing. It should be easier to rob Yuhi. At this moment, his sea god Descends was stabbed dozens of times and almost couldn't take it anymore. The point was that Yuhi failed to block the first blow and was seriously injured. The corners of Han Fei's mouth immediately curled up. Looking at Yuhi not far away from him, he felt he was looking at a dead man. Void chain. Lightning blade. Second. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 794. Yuhi didn't expect that he was already at a height of nearly 200 meters. But where did this chain come from? Sizzle. It was a bolt of lightning in the dark night. Apart from the fact that it didn't split into many branches and illuminated thousands of miles, its dazzling radiance was gorgeous enough. Han Fei was waiting for you, his sea god's descent to be useless before he took action. Yuhi, who was seriously injured, couldn't block the lightning blade. Sure enough, Yuhi was killed by Han Fei's sneak attack. However, he would still come back to life. Like everyone else, the immortal seal helped him block a blow and gave him a second life. However, more than 100 meters in the sky, in addition to Han Fei, there was also a steel warrior carrying an ice sword. As soon as he came out of the void, he saw Han Fei waving at him. Yu Fei! Yuhi's face became furious, but then panic. The terrifying knife light was reflected in his pupils in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. It was so fast that he just reached out and took out a new, semi-divine battlesuit. Unfortunately, before he put on his clothes, the sword light had already arrived. Puff! Yuhi was cut in half by the sword light, and Han Fei waved his hand, put away the overlord, held the embroidery needle in his hand, and shouted wildly, "Big, big, big!" A terrifying energy attack bombarded at him. However, Han Fei flashed and disappeared in this terrifying energy. With Han Fei's current strength, if he activated the majestic mystic spell and little fatty attached to him, he could easily block this blow. But why did he block it? Under him was the 10,000-year tree demon. Boom! A hole was blasted out of the seabed. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the 10,000-year tree demon. This fellow had already shifted his direction. As for those ordinary small trees, more than 30 of them were destroyed. Han Fei's yin-yang divine eyes found that there were only 40 200-year tree demons connected to the 10,000-year tree demon. Boom! A thick stick stood on the bottom of the sea. This stick had a radius of 2 meters and a height of more than 50 meters, standing quietly on the bottom of the sea. Clang! 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 The 10,000-year tree demon tried to poke it a few times, only to be dumbfounded. It could only lift this stick that was thicker than a pillar a few meters high. Then it would fall again, just like a pile driver. Han Fei chuckled. Why didn't you attack me just now? The 10,000-year tree demon was silent for a while. I know you are very dangerous, but you can't kill me either. You won't be able to find me if I go underground. Han Fei nodded. Yes, indeed. I won't be able to find you if you burrow into the ground. However, I can kill all these 100-year tree demons. 10,000-year tree demon. There are many 100-year tree demons. How many can you kill? Han Fei chuckled. Why don't you have a try? Try running. After I get rid of these 100-year tree demons, do you think I can find you? That 10,000-year tree demon ran as soon as it said it would, and with a whoosh, it drilled into the ground. Han Fei was speechless. Where's your integrity? Where was the demeanor of an expert? You're really running away. Han Fei just narrowed his eyes and sneered. Do you think I'm kidding? The disadvantage of the 100-year tree demons was extremely obvious. They couldn't drill into the ground, which was the privilege of the 1,000-year tree demons and the 10,000-year tree demons. Also, the 100-year demon stings of the 100-year tree demons could only pierce 15 meters into the ground at most. This was already the limit, and it couldn't go any higher. Therefore, as long as their disguise was seen through, they were just moving targets. Although they could take out their roots and run away, how could they be faster than Han Fei? Half an hour later, none of the 4,200-year tree demons escaped. They were all wiped out by Han Fei. Han Fei even forcibly clasped 1,300-year demon stings, and the more than 20 fruits on the ground before. They were all lies, just a trick of the 10,000-year tree demon. Han Fei was very glad that he didn't make a move at the beginning. Otherwise, he might have been killed by the 10,000-year tree demon. Under the leadership of Little White, it only took half an hour for a big stick to stand on the ground again. Not far away, there was a tree no different from a normal small tree. However, its aura had been exposed. It wouldn't be difficult to find it again, unless it had been hiding underground and didn't come out. Han Fei thought this is a kind of escape technique, but you can't always be underground. At this moment, Han Fei smiled and said, Sure enough, I guessed right. Even if you are a 10,000-year tree demon, your strength is completely suppressed here, so you can't always hide underground. The 10,000-year tree demon was silent for a while. How did you find me? Han Fei bared his teeth. I don't know if you have heard of a saying. Whenever there is contact, there must be a trace. You have occupied that place for so long that it's too easy to find your residual aura. The 10,000-year tree demon scoffed. But you still can't kill me. Even if you have such a divine weapon, you can't kill me. Han Fei suddenly said, You have never been out of this world in your life, have you? The 10,000-year tree demon was silent. So what? Han Fei had an answer in his heart. No wonder he didn't know about the sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Otherwise, how could a 10,000-year tree demon not know about the sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Han Fei asked again, Does the 10,000-year tree demon mean that you have really lived for 10,000 years? That's too long. As a tree, it's not easy for you to live for 10,000 years. The bracelet suddenly trembled. I haven't lived to 10,000 years. About 3,000 years. A 1,000-year tree demon of 3,000 years can probably forcibly absorb the nutrients of a 100-year tree demon, which can speed up its growth. Han Fei continued, Tree, you are a tree that has lived for at least 3,000 years. Do you really want to die? The 10,000-year tree demon didn't know why Han Fei changed the number of years, and just responded, You can't kill me. Han Fei sneered. I can't kill you alone, but what if I call 10 people and come prepared? The 10,000-year tree demon said, They're no match for me. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Can you shrink into the ground at the same time when you attack? Or can you infinitely burrow into the ground? Just now, didn't your 10,000-year demon stinger kill that person? Let me tell you, there are many people like that. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for them to come. Then we can kill you together. The 10,000-year tree demon was silent and didn't speak. Han Fei didn't care and continued. Of course, if you give me the heritage dredging fruit, I don't have to kill you. After all, it's very troublesome to kill you. I can even help you kill the leafless tree. Don't you want to go out? After going out, your strength will be liberated. Although you don't have the heritage dredging fruit, you'll become stronger. The 10,000-year tree demon replied this time. Do you think I can go out just because you say so? Do you think those people can kill that old thief? Han Fei frowned. From what the 10,000-year tree demon said, the leafless tree demon must be very powerful. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Otherwise, why do you think we came here? Since you have lived for more than 3,000 years, you should know that sea demons and human beings have always been enemies. When human beings arrive and insist on saving the leafless tree, we may not have a chance. But if you join forces with me, why can't we kill the leafless tree? Could it be that its strength isn't restricted? The leaves of the 10,000-year tree demon swayed. You don't know how terrifying that old monster is. We can't kill it. If we could, we would have killed it long ago. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and continued to deceive. Look at me. I have brought several divine weapons. Just now you also saw that attack. Do you think that kind of attack can't kill it? The 10,000-year tree demon said firmly, yes, it can't be killed. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little scared. Even the sea-quelling bizarre treasure couldn't kill the leafless tree? That's King. Ridiculous. If so, why did Blue Feather let people come in to cut the tree? Wow. Unless some of these sea demons have been given some unique techniques. Shu Shan said, well, it's right. It can't be killed. Even if you have the sea-quelling bizarre treasure, you may not be able to kill it. You have to look at your own strength and level, right? Han Fei's face was black. What's wrong with my strength? What's wrong with my level? Is it shameful? Han Fei ignored Shu Shan and said directly to the 10,000-year tree demon, this time we came with a powerful weapon, but it's not with me. Now I'm persuading you to give me the heritage dredging fruit. Anyway, you tree demons don't have demonic heritage, so you're not restricted by it. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll take people to cut you down first, even if I can't kill the leafless tree. Han Fei immediately said, I know, there's only one heritage dredging fruit. Give it to me, and then hide yourself. Hide far, far away. If you don't give it to me, once a second person comes, that heritage dredging fruit won't be enough. At that time, you'll die if you give it to me or not. I don't have much patience. I'll give you 100 seconds to think about it. Shu Shan said leisurely, you're young, but you're quite arrogant. Han Fei said, can you stop talking? I've just raised my morale, but you've ruined it with just a few words. The 10,000-year tree demon seemed to be lost in thought. Han Fei unhurriedly took out a peppermint leaf, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a little, and added, it's not easy to live for 3,000 years. Don't die for a fruit. The channel will open, but it depends on luck on who wins, us or the human beings. You can hope that we win, and then you can go out. Is the temptation of going out worth a fruit? The 10,000-year tree demon asked, how can I believe you? Han Fei sneered, apart from the heritage dredging fruit, what else do you have that other people covet? Your 10,000-year demonic stinger? I don't have any hope for that thing. You ran so fast. Who knows where you went? As for your real body, I have a divine weapon. Why would I covet your real body? The 10,000-year tree demon asked, if you take the heritage dredging fruit and others chase me, what should I do? So, after you give it to me, you have to hide. Don't get close to the leafless tree, because it will become a battlefield. I'm not joking with you. If you get killed because you get close to the leafless tree, don't blame me. The 10,000-year tree demon pondered for a moment and suddenly threw out a golden fruit. The third night watch. Please vote. Today is the third night watch. For more exciting things, stay tuned next time. End of this chapter. Chapter 795. Han Fei waved his hand and Hai Shui sent the fruit to him. Information appeared in his eyes. Name, Meridian Dredging Fruit. Introduction. A legendary fruit born in the sea demon forest. It bears fruit once every 1,000 years and can reverse one's life. It is extremely rare. Eating it could forcefully increase the potential of living beings. level, heaven quality, high quality, contains spiritual energy greater than 468,500 points. Effect: increases one's life potential and cleanses one's muscles and marrow. No side effects. Remark: only usable by those with spirit veins or demon veins of level 7. Spirit fruits of the same type could only be used once. Han Fei's eyes flickered. It's really good stuff. If he took this thing out to sell, people would probably fight over it, right? Of course. It was impossible to sell it. If he could hack it, that would be the best. With a flip of his hand, the fruit disappeared. Han Fei smiled. Smart choice. Remember, a great war is about to break out, and it is not something you are qualified to get involved in. If you encounter other sea demons chasing after you, don't panic, just kill them. They don't have my tracking skills. However, if he encountered a human, he must not make a move. Humans had too many tricks up their sleeves. If you meet them, just hide underground and come out later. Got it. However, the 10,000-year tree demon drilled into the ground with a whoosh and disappeared. Han Fei smiled and thought to himself, what a fool! He had never seen such a stupid creature except for the hexagon starfish. As expected, the easiest beings to deceive in this world are those who haven't seen the world. Shu Shan was shocked, as if he had seen something unbelievable. You tricked him just like that? Shu Shan didn't expect that Han Fei could get the heritage dredging fruit with just a few words. Was it that simple? Han Fei chuckled. I'm telling the truth. Tell me, why would a 10,000-year-old tree demon want such a thing? To it, this was a life-threatening thing. If that wasn't the case, I'm afraid no one would have asked me to snatch this fruit. Besides, if he doesn't give it to me, I'll really find a way to kill it. The bracelet shook a few times. Perhaps Shu Shan was muttering to himself. Or did he think it was too easy? The meridian dredging fruit was not suitable for him to absorb at the moment. At the very least, he would have to wait until he had a tier 6 spirit meridian. When the time came, he would use this thing to break through to the 7th level. To Qixua Huan, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, he definitely wouldn't want to give it away. It's time to find the leafless tree. Han Fei put away the embroidery needle and was a little worried, although a normal person would have no sense of direction here. However, after so many days, there were bound to be people who explored it. The humans were few in number. If they really clashed with the sea demons, the battle would not be easy. Daughter, let's go and find a tree. Half a day later, Han Fei stood in a messy and broken woodland. The place was a mess. A large number of vines had been cut into pieces, and the ground was full of potholes from the battle. Han Fei also felt that there were remnants of arrays here, as well as strong knife intent and sword intent. I've finally met him. Unfortunately, there were no corpses here. They must have been taken away by humans and sea demons, respectively. In any case, Han Fei smelled the intense smell of blood. Someone must have died here. I'm afraid the battle will only last for 2 hours. Han Fei frowned and then continued to search. With Little White leading the way, he wasn't afraid that he couldn't find the leafless tree. However, after swimming for less than 100 kilometers, he saw another battlefield. This battlefield had just been fought, and it definitely hadn't been more than half an hour. The smell of blood here was equally strong, which showed how fierce the battlefield was at that time. Suddenly, Han Fei heard vague screams coming from the seawater. Sea demon scream? With a swish, Han Fei rushed out. A distance of 300 kilometers was very close, and now he should be getting closer and closer to the leafless tree. Therefore, the battlefield appeared more and more frequently. When Han Fei swam 50 kilometers, he heard another sea demon scream, this time much clearer. Han Fei didn't stop and kept moving forward. However, when he perceived the battlefield, he found it very strange. Only 3 sea demons were still alive, and there were thousands of spider silk-like threads that tied the 3 sea demons. No, it's an ambush. Han Fei immediately bared his teeth. The humans had set up an ambush and deliberately kept the 3 sea demons alive. Han Fei immediately stopped, slowly took out a mint leaf, and stuffed it into his mouth. Although he didn't perceive anything around him, he seemed to feel that something dangerous was approaching. After perceiving for a while, Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. He saw a red leaf on a giant algae vine. Su Hongya. Han Fei had once explored the snow god's temple with Su Hongya, so he naturally knew this woman's ability. The moment he saw the red leaf, he was alarmed, and an array was suddenly propped up. Then the water rippled quietly 100 meters away from Han Fei. Puff! The giant algae on Han Fei's body was cut off, and he had been ejected. Stealth array? Breath-concealing array? Han Fei realized that an array master had come. Han Fei thought of Mengyi, and the dagger attack just now wasn't Yi Xiangxiang? Immediately, Han Fei realized that he had run into an old teammate. Oh, this must be a team that was going to ambush me. In the end, he just had to come in by himself. Immediately afterward, an extremely fierce spear shot at him. It turned out to be a lock-on skill. Light flash. A golden harpoon appeared in his hand, and Han Fei quickly blasted it out. The harpoon hit the spear, and a huge force shook his body, but it didn't shake him. Han Fei took advantage of the force to escape. But then a terrifying knife light appeared out of thin air, bursting out from more than 20 meters above him. Another lock-on skill? Han Fei blocked it with his harpoon. Clang! That was a stronger force than the spear just now. That saber strike was so terrifying that it probably had more than half the power of his drawing technique. Han Fei felt that his arms were numb, and he was cut from a height of 100 meters to the ground. Puff! Thousands of silk threads darted out, trying to tie Han Fei up. However, Han Fei seemed to have expected it. With a flying flower demon flash, he appeared 20 meters away. When Han Fei saw the array under his feet light up, he was speechless. A killing array? It's just to deal with me. Is it necessary to use a killing array? However, Han Fei was immediately relieved. It was not a special killing formation. It was a wave-breaking saber formation, which was similar to the 7 spirits killing formation. It was a formation that used ripples as an attack method. Every ripple was equivalent to an extra knife. In the end, there were more and more knives, and the killing array was full. Han Fei smiled and pointed his finger, and a wave of water exploded at the edge of the array. In the next moment, the array was broken. Han Fei moved extremely fast and rushed forward crazily. At that moment, the sky was full of red leaves. However, Han Fei didn't care at all. A golden battle suit appeared on his body, and he rushed forward. Every time a leaf landed on his body, there would be a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. After a moment, Mengyi and the others walked out of hiding with dumbfounded looks on their faces. Yi Xiangxiang asked curiously, "Is it possible? He's just an inferior man-fish, but his reaction speed is too fast. Even the Dragon Moon Extreme Fire Knife couldn't hurt him at all?" Su Hongya smiled bitterly. "My attacks have no effect on him. It's not only because he's wearing a semi-divine battle suit, but also because his physique is extremely strong." Mengyi pondered for a while. He broke the array in an instant. Maybe he knows arrays. Ning Dong walked over from a distance, confused. "This is the first inferior man-fish that can take one of my spears." In the shadows, a woman in a red dress walked out with a dark red long knife in her hand. "He's not an inferior man-fish." Looking at where Han Fei left, the woman frowned and said, "He's an azure sea blue demon." Yi Xiangxiang also asked, "What's an azure sea blue demon?" The woman said, "It's a special existence among the inferior man-fish. It's a sea demon awakened by some unknown mutation and has a demonic heritage that can grow." Su Hongya was stunned. "Why haven't I heard of it?" The woman said casually, because even the Azure Sea Blue demons aren't very strong. Although they can grow their demonic heritage, it's still very difficult to cultivate it to a very high level. Apart from the Azure Sea Blue demons, there's also a red blood demon in the 10,000 Demon Valley that's as strong as a sea spirit and as strong as a law enforcer. Hiss! Yi Xiangxiang said in surprise. So this Azure Sea Blue demon is a very special existence? He's stronger than other Azure Sea Blue demons? The woman in red nodded. Yes, judging from his reaction and strength just now. I'm afraid that none of the half-mermaids we met are stronger than him except for the captain. Meng Yi frowned. Let's kill the 3 sea demons and leave quickly. I wonder if their reinforcements are nearby. If we're surrounded, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. Bah! Han Fei spat out the peppermint in his mouth, picked a new one and put it in his mouth. At this moment, he hit on a big leaf and scratched his head. He was sure that it was Meng Yi and the others. It's indeed the Scattered Stars' first unit. If I had reacted a bit slower and been surrounded by them, it would have been hard for me to get out. The bracelet slightly shivered. I'm interested in the armorist who shot you with a spear just now. If he's killed in the battle, give me his body. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Wait, old man, do you want him to die? Can't you be a sea demon for a few days? If you want to be a sea demon, I can get you a hidden fissure right now. After you possess it, you can quickly become stronger. The bracelet trembled. After I go out, I'll be seen through. Then I'll be killed in the 10,000 Demon Valley? Han Fei smiled and said, No, old man, I think you can really consider it that way. After I go out, I'll help you kill a half-mermaid that's a hidden fissure. In the future, we may be able to cooperate. What do you think of selling spiritual stones? The currency systems of humans and sea demons are different, and their purchasing power is different. I think I can make a lot of money. Old man, say something. Chapter 796. Han Fei was sitting on the leaf to rest. If he guessed right, there should be more than one ambush on the way to find the leafless tree. For now, it seemed that the human side had an advantage. After all, Little White took out a leaf of the leafless tree, indicating that the human side had been in contact with the leafless tree. Han Fei even suspected that the leafless tree took the initiative to contact the human side and pull the human side to rescue it before the sea demons did. Just when Han Fei was about to let Little White continue to look for the leafless tree, suddenly the demon purification pot moved and began to spin. Han Fei subconsciously got up and scanned the surroundings with his perception. With a sweep of his gaze, he suddenly saw an old face on a large tree not far away. Han Fei felt that his hair was standing on end. Was it really that weird? A human face? Who are you? The golden harpoon suddenly appeared in Han Fei's hand. He looked at the big tree coldly, ready to take action at any time. The tree face laughed and said in an old voice, Aren't you all looking for me? I'm here myself, so you don't have to look for me. Han Fei's heart trembled. Are you the leafless tree? The eyebrows on the face raised. Yes, you can call me that. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Why are you still looking for me? Han Fei thought to himself, This is my first time here. I don't even know what you look like. Why are you looking for me? The corners of the mouth of the face were trembling, and it said leisurely, I've paid attention to you. You have no feelings for those half-mermaids and half-mermaids. On the contrary, you are very friendly to humans. I have a guess. You are not a sea demon, right? Wow. Han Fei was shocked. How did the leafless tree know that? Is his perception range so large? Han Fei looked at the leafless tree expressionlessly and said, How can I be a human? I am indeed a sea demon. The tree face smiled and said nothing. After a while it said, When I guarded this passage, the person on you shouldn't have been born yet. After so many years, this place has become a new demon forest. Nothing can hide from me. Han Fei glanced at the universe bracelet in surprise. Shushan has been discovered. Han Fei wondered, so, why are you looking for me? The tree face said, you have a different aura. It's an aura I'm very familiar with. I felt it 30 years ago. Han Fei's pupils suddenly constricted. More than 30 years ago again. What a freaking coincidence. Han Fei tilted his head. So, the tree face raised its eyebrows. Actually, whether or not the passage is opened has nothing to do with me. It requires an opportunity. However, this opportunity hasn't arrived yet. You've come too early. Han Fei's expression remained unchanged. Oh, really? When will it arrive? The tree face smiled slightly and said, an opportunity is an opportunity. In the moment it comes, that second you will know. It doesn't come when I say it will. However, when the opportunity arrives, it will also be the moment I escape from the sea of suffering. Pondering for a long time, Han Fei asked, are you saying that the opportunity has something to do with me? The tree face nodded slightly. It should be. It was just a feeling. You're special. In fact, you're really special. You look different from ordinary half-mermaids, and you've been trying to kill them. Han Fei chuckled. You know I'm different? Han Fei chuckled. He didn't quite believe what the leafless tree said. Han Fei calmed his expression and stared at the tree face. How do I know if you are the leafless tree? Also, why did you come to me now? The tree face sighed and said, I need someone to come and save me. Han Fei frowned. There's so many strong human beings. What's the point of calling me if you don't call them? I'm only one person. Can I help you kill so many sea demons? The leafless tree said, I'm not sure if the human side is full of good people. However, I have informed some of the people who hold my leaves. However, there are a lot of sea demons, and they are destroying my foundation. Han Fei asked, destroying your foundation? What do you mean? Since you can perceive all of us, it shows that you are very strong. Can't you kill those sea demons yourself? The old face of the leafless tree was full of sadness, and it let out a long sigh. My strength is not as strong as you think. Otherwise, no one would have sent a sea demon to kill me. You should know that this demon forest is actually just a channel. This passageway had been heavily sealed by an expert. The purpose is to prevent some top masters from passing through here. Killing me can actually open the channel, but it can gradually lift the seal. Do you know what this means? Han Fei frowned. Once the seal is lifted, strong masters can come in and then forcibly open the channel? The leafless tree nodded. Opening the channel and connecting to the sea demon forest. Will it cause a huge change? Even I don't know. However, this will not only have an impact on humans and sea demons, but also on our sea demon forest. The bracelet trembled, and Shushan said, it's right about this. No one knows what the consequences will be. Once, humans fought side by side with the demonic plants of the sea demon forest. At that time, it was said that the sea demon forest was wantonly destroyed. After all, the demonic plants you saw were very powerful, probably just because people had never seen them before. Once they figured out the fighting style of the demonic plants, it might not be difficult to kill them. For example, the previous 100-year tree demons and 1,000-year tree demons. Even the 10,000-year tree demon. Didn't you get the heritage dredging fruit from it? Han Fei pondered for a while. You said someone is destroying your foundation. How? The leafless tree replied, I have two main foundations. One is the 100-year tree demon and 1,000-year tree demon you found. It's like an array. The more the materials of the array are damaged, the more unstable the foundation will be. Han Fei asked in surprise, They are the foundation of the array. The leafless tree nodded slightly. Yes, they grew up here and have long been inseparable from this channel. However, this is secondary. If I kill them, I'll be killed. If there are too many of them, they will also hurt me. Also, as the main array core of this large array, As long as the earth veins here are destroyed, my strength will be greatly reduced. Han Fei frowned. What earth veins? I don't know. The leafless tree replied. There are 3 teams of sea demons that know how to destroy earth veins. Han Fei asked bluntly, Then what can I do for you? The leafless tree replied, Even if the earth veins are destroyed, they can be saved. But I need a trustworthy person to do this. Han Fei thought to himself, I don't even know if I can trust you. Do you trust me so much? Han Fei replied, I'm a sea demon. Do you trust me so much? Suddenly, an illusory light and shadow appeared in front of Han Fei's eyes. In that light and shadow there was a vine leaf. When he saw this vine leaf in Han Fei's mind, the demon purification pot spun frantically. Wow, the vine leaf of the demon purification pot? Han Fei gasped and looked at the long face in shock. You, the leafless tree, said. I sensed it when you came in. Although I don't know what it is, I know you need it. Unfortunately, I can't give it to you now. Han Fei's eyes flickered. When can you give it to me? The leafless tree trembled its branches and leaves and said, When the opportunity arises, you will come again. Knowing the vines of the demon purification pot and the trembling of the demon purification pot, he basically confirmed that the leafless tree was telling the truth. Han Fei asked, How can I help you repair the earth veins? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, under the seabed, more than 20 red spikes emerged. 1,000-year demon spikes. Han Fei asked in surprise, Why are there so many 1,000-year demon spikes? In front of Han Fei's eyes, the void changed again. It was a complete map of the secret realm, like an irregular rectangular map. However, the geographical scope of this secret realm seemed to be very large, so he had never been to the border before. On the map, he could clearly see where he was. On the map, there were more than 20 red dots marked. The leafless tree said, The earth veins in these places have been destroyed. As long as I put these 1,000-year demon spikes there, I can control the earth veins myself. You can find a nearby earth vein and have a look. Then you will know whether I am lying to you or not. There have been battles there. Han Fei nodded. I will confirm it. In addition, since you can control those 100-year tree demons and 1,000-year tree demons, protect humans. The leafless tree sighed. No, I can only control the 100-year tree demons. The 1,000-year tree demons will not be controlled by me, and the 10,000-year tree demon may even consider killing me. The leafless tree explained, after becoming a 1,000-year tree demon, their intelligence has been extremely high, and staying in this secret realm will infinitely suppress their strength. Only by killing me and escaping can they have a chance to grow. Especially the 10,000-year tree demon. His strength is already extremely strong in a certain sense. If it weren't for the suppression, they would have already killed their way out. No wonder. Han Fei frowned. No wonder. If I were sealed in this world and my strength has been suppressed to the peak of the demon transformation realm, I'm afraid I would also find a way to kill the leafless tree and escape, right? Chapter 797. Han Fei quickly swam towards the nearest red dot. According to the scale of the map, the red dot was about 800 kilometers away. On the way, Shu Shan asked, Do you really believe what that tree said? Han Fei thought for a moment. Why not? If there is indeed a lot of demonic energy left in that place, and there are traces of destruction underground, then what it said should be true. The bracelet vibrated slightly. Your vigilance seems to have disappeared when you saw that vine. Do you know that thing? Han Fei smiled secretly. How can I tell you about the demon purification pot? No. Shu Shan snorted. Then you know it. However, it looks like an ordinary grass vine. There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Han Fei didn't explain. He didn't want to and wouldn't explain this kind of secret to Shu Shan. He swam about 500 kilometers. Suddenly, Han Fei perceived that somewhere 40 kilometers away, there was a team of seed demons fighting. The target of the battle was a 1,000-year tree demon. Among them, Han Fei knew one of them, Yu Yin. Han Fei frowned, cast a breath concealing a ray and a stealth array on himself, and quietly approached. About 30 kilometers away, Han Fei sat on a giant algae vine. Han Fei was not afraid that his perception would be discovered. In the same realm, he didn't think these sea demons would be stronger than him. Just when Han Fei stuffed a mint leaf into his mouth, he found that a face appeared on the giant algae next to him. Han Fei said in surprise, "You're here again." The corners of the leafless tree's mouth curled up. "In this demonic forest, I am everywhere. I can appear on every plant." Han Fei was shocked. This passage was more than tens of thousands of kilometers long. This leafless tree said that it could be everywhere. How strong was it? No wonder it trusted him so much. Before Han Fei asked, it said, "Don't think too much. I'm not that strong, because I'm the sealing formation core of this passageway mystic realm. I can sense everything around me. Once I leave here, I can't perceive such a large range." Bam! Amidst the resplendent golden light, the 1,000-year tree demon was killed by the team leader. The man landed on the seabed and took out a dark green seed. The moment he placed the seed on the ground, he immediately shouted, "Everyone rise into the sky!" When everyone was dozens of meters above the ground, the seed began to swell. Pa! When the seed exploded, a large clump of dark green grass sprouts burst out. The blade of grass began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, a small seed covered a radius of several dozen meters. When Yu Yin saw the captain, she smiled and couldn't help but ask, "Lord Fishbone, we have already dropped 2 seeds. What is the use of this seed?" Yu Gu took a deep look at Yu Yin and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. All you need to know is that this will help us kill that withered tree more easily." On the other side, Han Fei was stunned. "Demon-shattering vines?" The leafless tree said, "You know this kind of thing?" "Yes, this thing seems to be the demon-shattering vines. It can invade the earth veins, take root, and soon cover a large area. Then it will pull away my control of this hell and erode my power." Han Fei swallowed. "Can I put it anywhere? The team I was in before also killed a 1,000-year tree demon, right?" The leafless tree shook his head. "Not everywhere. These people have been here many times. They had already scouted out the location of this passageway mystic realm. Besides, as long as they find the 1,000-year tree demon, it is equivalent to finding my weakness. They know that." Han Fei didn't believe the leafless tree's words just now, but now that he saw Yu Yun's team drop a demon-shattering vine, he was 80% convinced. The demon-shattering vine grew faster and faster, and soon it covered a range of about 200 meters. Han Fei suddenly asked, "No, the demon-shattering vines I have seen can only cover a range of about 50 meters. However, this one has covered a range of 200 meters and is still growing." The leafless tree said, "That's because they are absorbing the power of this earth vein." Han Fei asked, "Can't you kill these demon-shattering vines?" The leafless tree sighed. "Once it is invaded by them, I can no longer control this area, and I will lose my perception of this area. I want to disappear." Before the leafless tree finished speaking, the old face had disappeared. Disappeared just like that? So fast? The bracelet trembled, and Shushan said, "Now I believe it a little bit. This demon-shattering vine is indeed not a good thing. Not only is it highly poisonous, but it also has a very strong sense of autonomy. Although it will produce things like the demon's spiritual fruit after it grows up, it is more harmful. If it is in the right place, it can even cover a range of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers." "Thousands of kilometers?" The bracelet trembled. "That's right. This is the fastest, growing demonic plant that I know of. However, when it reaches a certain level, it also needs to make a breakthrough. Han Fei asked, "What level?" Shu Shan replied, "I don't know. Some are level 30, some are level 40, and some are level 50. It depends on the area they are in. If there is no accident, this demonic forest can satisfy their growth to level 40 in one go." Han Fei was shocked. "Really? Don't they have entrances?" The bracelet trembled. "Of course they do. Otherwise, if they continue to grow indefinitely, no one will be able to do anything to them. Everything has a limit, but the demon-shattering vine may have fewer restrictions." It wasn't until the demon-shattering vine grew to more than 500 meters that Yu Yun and the others left this area. After confirming that they had left the range of his perception, Han Fei slowly approached the other side, and information appeared in his eyes. Name: demon-shattering vine. Introduction: a deep-sea hunter, highly poisonous, flexible, and covered with barbs. It feeds on large fish and shrimps, can hunt according to the abnormal movements of the water, and has a very strong sense of autonomy. When it matures, it will produce demon spiritual fruit, which can enhance the power of the soul. Level 39. Quality: exotic, contains spiritual energy greater than 3,208 points. Effect: inedible, collectible, none, unabsorbable. When he saw that the demon-shattering vine was only level 39, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Han Fei landed and walked straight to the middle of the vines. Immediately, countless vines surged towards Han Fei. Bam! Han Fei casually punched out, and a large number of vines were crushed. Bam! 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 One punch after another, the demon-shattering vines on the surface were soon crushed. However, the vines buried deep underground gave Han Fei a headache. They had all drilled into the ground. What should he do? Besides, those broken vines were still growing out. 9 tails come out. After the 9-tailed mantis, shrimp appeared. It circled around Han Fei and rubbed against him. Han Fei kicked out. "Go, dig a hole and smash all these vines for me." The 9 tails glanced at the vines and thought, "Do you really need me to do such a simple thing?" Hundreds of void chains shot out and frantically drilled into the ground. Immediately, the vines were pulled out by the 9-tailed mantis shrimp one after another. It took Han Fei more than 10 minutes to completely crush a demon-shattering vine. The leafless tree popped up again, his old face hanging on a tree. "You're very fast. Now, as long as you leave the 1,000-year demon sting, I can control the ownerless demon sting and reoccupy this place." Han Fei said with some distress, "These are all good things. They can pierce through semi-divine weapons." The leafless tree. Han Fei asked, "Mr. Tree, can you give me some?" "Look, I've done my best." The leafless tree. The leafless tree said helplessly, "Every 1,000-year tree demon will only leave 1,000-year demon sting. In return, I can give you something else." Han Fei was overjoyed. He just said it casually. Even if the leafless tree didn't give him anything, he would still bury the 1,000-year demon sting. After all, this was not a personal matter. Only when the leafless tree was strong could it better deal with the sea demons and protect human beings. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "What is it? Can you tell me in advance?" The leafless tree was silent for a while and said leisurely, "My sap." Han Fei. "Sap? Why does it sound strange? What's the use of it?" The leafless tree said slowly, "It has strong energy and can strengthen your physique." Han Fei was embarrassed. "It doesn't sound very useful. If I need energy, I have spiritual fruits. If I want to strengthen my physique, I can cultivate the indestructible body or the desolate god body." Han Fei shrugged and casually threw a 1,000-year demon sting into the ground. "Okay, it's better than nothing." With a swoosh, Han Fei leaped out again. On the way, the big face of the leafless tree had been following him. The leafless tree said, "You may have to speed up." There are already 7 teams of sea demons within 5,000 kilometers of me. There are only 4 human teams, and it will only take them about 3 days to get here. Han Fei felt a headache coming on. More than 20 earth veins have been destroyed. How can I be so fast? The leafless tree was silent for a while. There is another person who is also cleaning. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Who?" The leafless tree said, "You've met her. That Luo Xiaobai. However, she is only responsible for cleaning 5 places. She can't be too far away. She is a really powerful manipulator." "Who? Xiaobai? She is leading a team?" Chapter 798. 3 days later, a golden shadow shuttled wildly in the sea, not daring to stop for a moment. The big face of the leafless tree appeared everywhere Han Fei swam. Sometimes it appeared on the vines of the giant algae, sometimes on the big trees he passed by, sometimes on the grass, and sometimes in the coral reefs. The leafless tree said, "Humans and sea demons have encountered each other for the 6th time. Now, most of the teams are within 3,000 kilometers of me. A team of sea demons has found me. However, they were killed by the ambushed humans and the means I set up." Han Fei complained, I know. Don't you see that I am trying my best to save your earth veins?" In the past 3 days, Han Fei's legs almost broke from running. On the first day, he didn't want to expose little gold. However, later, he found that after a day, the destroyed earth veins did not decrease but increased by 1. Fortunately, when all the sea demons gathered around the leafless tree, the number of earth veins destroyed began to decrease. On the 3rd day, that is, at this moment, Han Fei had saved more than 40 earth veins. Now there were 12 left. Just swimming alone made him want to vomit blood. 3 hours later, Han Fei repaired 2 more earth veins. Suddenly, the old face of the leafless tree suddenly appeared on a big tree in front of Han Fei. He said, "They're all here. All the sea demons and humans have come. At this moment, I am controlling a large number of sea creatures and fighting them." Han Fei vomited blood and said, "Big brother, master, I am not a god. My speed has reached the limit." The golden shadow roared past, leaving scratches in the water. Since the leafless tree paved the way for him, he had never encountered any obstacles. Even little gold's possession was not enough, so he directly used the sea racing technique. Han Fei couldn't help but think of Yi Baiyu. If that guy was here, his speed would be much faster than Han Fei's. After another 3 hours, the leafless tree appeared. The sea demons and humans had a big battle and suffered heavy casualties. Both sides suffered losses. Nearly 16 people died on the human side. Nearly 26 people died on the sea demon's side. Han Fei was speechless. How could so many die? Don't they all have immortal seals? The leafless tree muttered, "So many people died because of the immortal seal." Han Fei's blood was freezing. Speaking of which, what if we don't repair the remaining earth veins? I think I can go back and help? Han Fei felt the bracelet vibrate. If you go back now, you may have already fought another battle by the time you arrive. At that time, you might not have the chance to come back and destroy these demonic shattering vines. If these demonic shattering vines continue to grow, this place might have already been covered in demonic shattering vines a few years later. The leafless tree said, "The demon shattering vine can't be left. Otherwise, if we miss anything, the tunnel will still collapse." Han Fei immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Tree, you have to hold on no matter what." There were 2 people who could not die no matter what. One was Luo Xiaobai, and the other was the fatty who knew the sky-swallowing technique. Do you know which one? The leafless tree said, "I know." Boom! Countless fist marks crushed the ground, and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp quickly pulled out the vines from the ground and crushed them. Roar! Han Fei roared, "It's done!" "Mr. Tree, how is it going? How's the battle going?" The big face of the leafless tree appeared. The third war is brewing. Now, there are 132 sea demons and 76 human beings. Wow. Han Fei gasped and said in astonishment, so many died again. The leafless tree's mouth was ugly. That's not bad. The main thing is that many of the creatures I summoned died. However, the third war should begin soon. You can come back now. Suddenly, Han Fei said, Mr. Tree, help me keep an eye on the dead humans. If there's a human with decent talent and a well-preserved corpse, we'll secretly leave one behind. The bracelet vibrated. It had better be a soul warrior. Han Fei hurriedly added, it had better be a soul warrior. Okay. With that, the big face of the leafless tree disappeared. Han Fei took a look and found that he was still more than 10,000 kilometers away from it. He didn't know what to do. Bam! The golden light broke through the sound barrier and rushed away. The leafless tree was exactly the same as the scene Han Fei had seen before. It was indeed a bare branch without a single leaf and only 6 branches. Within a range of more than 5,000 meters, there was nothing. Outside, a dense crowd of sea creatures gathered here. For a long time, Han Fei had never met many creatures. Was there no creatures in this demonic forest? Of course not. But in the beginning, perhaps when Han Fei and the others just came in, some rather powerful creatures had already been summoned by the leafless tree. 100 kilometers away from the leafless tree, there were corpses everywhere and countless creatures had died. The war broke out again, and a huge octopus slapped its giant claws. But in the next second, a light flashed and this big octopus exploded. And the one who attacked was a sea demon that Han Fei didn't know. It was not a heavenly talent wearing a golden battle suit, but just an ordinary sea demon. Compared to these marine creatures, their opponents were all genius-level powerhouses. Even though those people were not very strong in Han Fei's eyes, for these sea creatures, they were not just strong but terrifying. Unless they were exotic creatures, they might be able to fight against these sea demons. If they were not exotic creatures, they almost had no power to fight back. After all, the spiritual wisdom of sea creatures was relatively low, while the sea demons were at least awakened sea creatures. However, fortunately, these sea creatures were not fighting alone. They just withstood part of the pressure, and human beings were the main combat force. Suddenly, a voice sounded in all the human beings' minds. Humans, get out of the way. I'll fight this battle myself. Someone asked Senior Leafless, can you do it? The leafless tree said leisurely, I can still buy you some time to rest. On the sea demon's side, more than 100 people were charging with all their might. For sea demons, they had an extremely powerful ability, which was the fish tide charge. It was different from the fish tide charge in the Heaven Human Canyon when Han Fei first came to the Scattered Stars Island. This time it was a heavenly talent fish tide, and none of them was weak. Dozens of half-mermaids wearing golden battle suits and holding golden harpoons were rushing rapidly. At the same time, tens of thousands of sea creatures were also charging. The leader was a purple gold lobster. Behind it was a group of poisonous ink octopuses and scarlet levo shells. Like a torrent of steel filled with dazzling golden light, it converged and merged with a raging black tide. Blood was spreading. Limbs were flying. Kill! The cold light that broke through the water, like sharp blades, frantically tore these sea creatures whose strength had been suppressed. In just an instant, more than 1,000 people were killed or injured. No one knew how long this demonic forest had been accumulating these creatures. At this moment, they were dying and blood mist pervaded the entire sea area. The human heavenly talents looked at this scene, solemnly, quite moved. They never thought that they would fight side by side with sea creatures who had always been reduced to food. Seeing that a large number of creatures were dying, dozens of red stingers pierced through. Because the speed was too fast, those stingers would make continuous swishing sounds when shuttling back and forth. Puff! A sea demon was pierced. Even the semi-divine battle suit failed to block this terrifying stinger. Some ordinary sea demons had their heads pierced through, and their blood spilled all over the dark sea. A half-mermaid heavenly talent roared, "It's that dead tree. It's attacking with the 1,000-year demon stinger. All captains, take out your divine weapons." In the next moment, a total of 12 people each took out a triangular purple fragment. As soon as these fragments were taken out, they quickly gathered. After a while, a ball-shaped weapon appeared. The divine weapon shone brightly, and tens of thousands of purple lines suddenly appeared in the sea. Rip! Puff! 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 In the blink of an eye, the bodies of thousands of living beings were sliced apart. Most of the dozens of 1,000-year demon stingers collapsed in the blink of an eye, as if they were shredded by an invisible force. On the human side, someone took a breath and said, "The 10,000 demon silk, a high-quality divine weapon. It's very evil, and it's said to be made from the meridians of 10,000 sea demons. However, it's not complete. There should be 15 pieces." Chow Jarin said lightly, "Someone with a divine weapon fragment has died. Let me do it." Suddenly, the sound of a flute rang out. A bamboo branch flew out from Chow Jarin's waist. It was so fast that it traveled dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, layers of invisible silk threads were melting. The bamboo branch went straight to the purple ball. The two real divine weapons launched a battle between divine weapons. Layers of sticky silk threads wrapped the bamboo branch like a spider web, but they were also broken layer by layer. On the sea demon's side, someone shouted, "Retreat, retreat quickly. It's the void-breaking shuttle. Although it's a mid-quality divine weapon, it's a one-time consumption. Besides, the 10,000 demon silk is not complete, so it can only be evenly matched. I didn't expect humans to have such a weapon." Bam! An explosive ball hundreds of meters in diameter exploded on the bottom of the sea. The ripples set off huge waves, sweeping for dozens of kilometers. Everyone on both sides subconsciously retreated. Chow Jarin shouted, "Senior Wuya, do it!" In the sea, horror was spreading. Whither? The phantom of a 1,000-meter-tall giant tree suddenly appeared. Endless dead branches, like the sharp claws of skeletons, stretched out from the bottom of the sea. Anyone entangled by the dead branches was aging rapidly. Their skin was wrinkling, and their flesh and blood were drying up. Dozens of sea demons were sucked dry and finally disintegrated into ashes. A half-mermaid, heavenly talent, suddenly walked out of the crowd. A white ice ball full of infinite vitality rose into the air. The dead branches froze in an instant and collapsed in large pieces. A half-mermaid, heavenly talent shouted, "I knew you would use this move. If I hadn't been prepared, I wouldn't have come." On the human side, a woman in red looked solemn. Another high-quality divine weapon, the frozen key. Chapter 799. On the human side, everyone looked solemn. The woman in red said with an ugly face, "It seems that this time the sea demons are determined to kill Senior Leafless." They took out two high-quality divine weapons in a row. A human powerhouse sighed. "Fortunately, the frozen key is only a one-time consumable divine weapon. If they use it in a battle against us, I'm afraid they'll have to pay a heavy price." The terrifying frost was spreading at a frightening speed. A large piece of white frost quickly condensed on the huge, withered tree phantom, and then it broke inch by inch. The magical power of withering was completely suppressed and finally burst into pieces. In the distance, several sea demons shouted, "Retreat for now." The third battle was completely a battle between the sea demons and the leafless tree. But after this battle, on the leafless tree in the distance, 3 withered branches were shattered. Obviously, this time, the leafless tree had paid a huge price. No matter how powerful the leafless tree was in the outside world, in this secret realm, its strength was only at the peak stage of the demonic transformation realm. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't completely withstand the attack of a high-quality divine weapon. The sea was filled with blood. The collective charge of the sea demons caused a large number of marine creatures to die, and the leafless tree was seriously injured. And the price the sea demons paid was the death of 2 high-quality divine weapons and 13 people. Humans were here. Luo Xiaobai, Yi Baiyu, Chao Jiaran, and a woman in red, several hidden fishers, gathered together at this moment. Chao Jiaran said lightly, "When we came, we speculated that the sea demons might take out 3 divine weapons. Now, they have already taken out 2. We should only have 1 left, right?" The woman in red nodded slightly. "I have 1 more here, but it must be used at a critical moment." Someone said solemnly, "We lack materials, and consumable divine weapons are extremely rare. If the other party has more than 3 divine weapons, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy losses." For a moment, everyone fell silent. On the sea demon's side, someone looked at Yu Ji solemnly. "Are you the only one left in your team?" Yu Ji frowned. "Yu Fei is still alive. Yu Ying can disintegrate, so he should still be alive. But," someone snorted. "Still alive? Why hasn't he appeared yet? What a pity. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't collected all the 10,000 demon threads, the leafless tree wouldn't have been able to fight back at all. It's hard to say now." Someone said with a serious expression, "Let's wait for another half a day." The bone transformation's spiritual lamp was on Yu Ying. If she doesn't show up, it means that Yu Ying is dead. Yu Ji was stunned for a moment. Bone transformation spiritual lamp? Why didn't I know about this? That person said in a cold voice, "Divine weapons and treasures are always carried by people with extremely powerful escaping abilities. It won't be exposed until the very last moment." Yu Ji's heart trembled slightly. "There is something wrong with Yu Fei." Yes, at this moment, Yu Ji confirmed that there must be something wrong with Han Fei. At that time, after he saved her, he immediately parted ways with her. Did she go to find Yu Ying? However, Yu Ji couldn't be sure. Yu Ying wouldn't expose the bone transformation spiritual lamp. So how did Han Fei confirm it? Could it really be a coincidence? Moreover, Yu Fei hadn't appeared yet. Had he also died? Immediately, Yu Ji grew vigilant. If neither Yu Ying nor Yu Fei appeared again, there would be nothing to be suspicious about. But if Yu Fei appeared alone, then there was definitely something wrong with him. Speaking of which, Han Fei was still rushing. To be honest, he really didn't know that Yu Ying was carrying a disposable divine weapon. If Yu Ying hadn't sensed something wrong with him, if Han Fei hadn't been afraid of exposing himself, and if old Shushan hadn't frozen Yu Ying with his terrifying power so that Yu Ying couldn't find other sea demon teams in time, he would have been on the kill list. At this moment, an expert said solemnly, "Human beings have only used 1 divine weapon so far. There must be at least 1 more. Yu Ying and the bone transformation spiritual lamp are still missing. This battle won't be easy." In the demonic forest secret realm, a streak of golden light was rushing. In the blink of an eye, it passed dozens of giant algae vines. Han Fei was thinking, "What should I do when I arrive at the battlefield? Ask Shushan to take action? I'm afraid this old man won't agree. Besides, I'm afraid he's not strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just killed 5 people in the battle with Luo Xiaobai and the others. Overlord?" As it turned out, Snowmorn consumed too much spiritual energy in one attack. Unfortunately, I don't have any spiritual stones with me now. Otherwise, with spiritual stones as the foundation, I might be able to make a few more slashes. Bone transformation spiritual lamp? Han Fei remembered the terrifying disposable divine weapon. Unfortunately, I can't activate the Overlord, so I can only activate it with my own demonic energy. Wait, can I activate the ultra-quality demonic stone? Han Fei's rushing figure suddenly stopped. Han Fei had never used demonic stones, nor did he dare to use them. That thing was too violent. It was on a completely different level from spirit stones. If he used it rashly, not only would he not be able to absorb the demonic energy in the demonic stone, but it would also conflict with the spiritual energy and hurt his body. But what about the Overlord? The Overlord was just a puppet. It had no flesh, blood, or meridians. Was there any difference between spiritual energy and demonic energy for it? The big face of the leafless tree appeared. Why did you stop? I'm too heavily injured to fight anymore. Han Fei's eyes flickered. I want to do an experiment. Immediately, Han Fei took out an ultra-quality demonic stone and stuffed it into the battery slot of the Overlord. Then, Han Fei threw a golden harpoon to the Overlord. After a moment, boom! Holding the harpoon, the Overlord smashed more than 100 meters of vines and reefs in one fell swoop. Han Fei was overjoyed. Good. 3 hours later, a large group of sea demons was on guard. They were ready to attack the human camp again in one go. This time, killing the leafless tree was the biggest opportunity in many years. Once they missed it, they didn't know when they would have the next opportunity. Someone said solemnly, "Don't wait for Yuing. I'm afraid something has happened to her. Get ready. Charge here and scatter a little. I'll take the lead. Even if the human side is protected by divine weapons, I'll block them." Someone echoed, "Everyone's success or failure depends on this. Once we succeed, you and I will both be heroes. All of us will be given the secret technique of See God Descends, and we can also choose more advanced techniques. We must succeed." Bam! Suddenly, everyone's heart thumped, and they all looked into the depths of the demon forest. Someone said in surprise, "What's going on?" The human side was stunned. What's going on? Who's fighting at this time? In a moment, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed into everyone's perception range. In their perception, an inferior manfish turned into an afterimage, and his body was moving and turning extremely nimbly. Behind the inferior manfish, a 2-meter-tall, fully armed, tower-like, brawny man slammed down with a golden seal in his hand. Bam! The inferior manfish was sent flying, directly smashing a large area of spiritual plants and reefs. But with a tap of his foot, his figure ejected out again. Bam! The golden seal reappeared, and the place where the inferior manfish fell was immediately smashed over. But then a chain appeared in the void. The inferior manfish who had just ejected was suddenly whipped by the chain and sent flying again. Puff! Han Fei spat out a mouthful of blood mist. When the second chain appeared, the figure of the inferior manfish suddenly flickered and appeared more than 20 meters away. Both the sea demons and the humans were shocked by the scene. It seemed that the brawny man was extremely strong. Immediately, someone among the sea demons roared, "It's him, the hidden human powerhouse." "Yu Fei, he's still alive?" The range of more than 10 kilometers was very close. Han Fei resisted 3 bombardments, and some sea demon powerhouses had already rushed up. As for the towering muscular man, he slowly moved towards the humans. With a ball of blue flames in his eyes, he stared coldly at Han Fei, who had already escaped. Immediately, someone grabbed Han Fei and quickly retreated. What happened? What happened? Puff! Seeing that he had been saved, Han Fei suddenly spat a mouthful of blood on the face of the person who saved him. The sea demon looked extremely awful. "Damn it, where did you spit at?" Han Fei said. The golden fruit was snatched by him. Golden fruit? Immediately, a sea demon powerhouse realized something and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You went to grab the heritage dredging fruit?" Han Fei sneered in his heart. Sure enough, there were still people who knew about the heritage dredging fruit. It seemed that he was not the only one who had been entrusted with this task. Immediately, some people surrounded him. "Yu Fei, how did you escape? That person is extremely powerful. Can you withstand one of his attacks?" Han Fei hurriedly said, "I used my secret method. However, that person actually has a tracking skill. No matter where I escape, he will catch up with me." Immediately, Han Fei felt a gaze fall on him. Han Fei followed the gaze. It was Yu Ji. Yu Ji frowned and looked at Han Fei. Have you seen Yuing? Han Fei said blankly, no, isn't she here? Seeing Yu Ji frown more and more, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Did Yu Ji notice something? She shouldn't have. At that time, Yu Ji shouldn't know what happened. Besides, her life was saved by him. She shouldn't suspect him. The eyes of a powerhouse flickered, and he finally said, take a rest. Later, we'll charge. Yu Fei, recover quickly and participate in the decisive battle with humans. Han Fei cursed in his heart. F***CK. Can't you see that I'm so seriously injured? Do you still need me to take action at this time? These people are suspecting me. This was Han Fei's first thought. Chapter 800. No one knew what the sea demons were thinking. But on the human side, they were dumbfounded. However, many people were overjoyed and said to the Overlord, Senior, you're still alive. Someone scolded, What are you talking about? Can you say something more auspicious? What do you mean I'm still alive? Someone asked, What's going on? Who is this? Someone said, This is the senior we mentioned before. He once killed 12 sea demon, heavenly talents in 2 moves. He's extremely strong. Wow. Someone said in shock, Our backup plan. While they were still in shock, Luo Xiaobai rushed to say, Don't panic. I know this senior. He's indeed our backup plan. They all looked at Luo Xiaobai, and the woman in red said, Why didn't we know? Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, I can't tell you. Lu Rinquang was secretly delighted. I haven't seen Han Fei for 3 days. I thought he had an accident. Fortunately, he showed up in the end. However, Lu Rinquang was also a little guilty. Han Fei is really careless. He even dares to attack the sea demons? Among all the people, only Chao Jiren made a clear judgment immediately. He's acting. If she hadn't contacted Han Fei before, she wouldn't have noticed it. But since Chao Jiren had contacted him, she naturally knew that he was acting. Immediately, Chao Jiren informed her team members, Don't talk about it. Mangi stood up and said, That inferior man-fish is an azure sea blue demon. He's extremely strong. At that time, many of us ambushed him, but we couldn't stop him. Ning Dong coldly made a throat-slitting gesture at the sea demons. Ning Dong didn't know the inside story and was just venting his emotions. He really wanted to kill that inferior man-fish, because he had attacked him in the previous ambush and was easily blocked. However, just when the 2 sides were brewing their emotions, Han Fei's wrist suddenly vibrated. Xu Shan's voice sounded in his mind, Find a way to escape. You've been exposed. Han Fei's heart trembled slightly. When was I exposed? Wasn't my performance perfect? Everyone who knew something was wrong with me is dead. I even left Yu Ji alive as proof. How do you know? Xu Shan said, One of them has a soul residing in his body. If I'm not wrong, he must have sensed the divine weapon you stole. Han Fei panicked. He didn't expect that he would be exposed because of the bone transformation spiritual lamp. If he had been in contact with the bone transformation spiritual lamp, then Yuji's question about where Yuing was, his answer would be a big mistake. Just this point alone was enough for the other party to conclude that he was lying. Lying at this time was obviously a problem for him. As for why the other party did not attack immediately, obviously because he had the bone-transforming spiritual lamp, the other party did not dare to act rashly. He was now in the nest of the sea demons. If he suddenly used the bone-transforming spiritual lamp now, the sea demons would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the other party only wanted to delay him temporarily and wait for an opportunity to attack him. At this moment, all his thoughts became clear. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It's really about the details. He had thought that his acting skills were good and was ready to use the bone transformation spiritual lamp. Although he could use it now, the result could be imagined. He was surrounded by so many people here, but once he used the bone transformation spiritual lamp, he would probably be killed in an instant. Han Fei faintly noticed that someone was already accumulating strength and seemed to be dealing with him. It's over. It's over. How can I escape? At this moment, Han Fei knew that his image had been completely ruined. However, there was still a chance to save himself. He was now holding the bone transformation spiritual lamp in his hand, so they didn't dare to attack him for the time being. They could only find an opportunity to kill him. They had to find an opportunity, and Han Fei had to find an opportunity to escape quickly. Han Fei directly said to the leafless tree via voice transmission, "Mr. Tree, is there any way to take me away?" In his heart, the leafless tree's voice sounded, "Why?" Han Fei replied, "I've been exposed." The leafless tree was silent for a while. "There are too many people around you. I can't do anything now. If—" Han Fei was lost for words. "If there's anything, just say it." The leafless tree said, "Try to find a way to reduce the number of people around you. The fewer the better." Han Fei was stunned. "How can I find an opportunity?" "No, I have the bone transformation spiritual lamp. Even if they attack me, there won't be so many people attacking me at the same time. They will definitely be afraid of me." Han Fei couldn't help shaking the bracelet. "Big brother, help me. Do you think there is a soul living in the other side? Is it strong? Can you get me out of here?" Of course, Han Fei didn't want to die, even when he was facing Chen Huangdian. Knowing that Xia Shaochan was fine, the first thing he thought of was to save himself. At this moment, the Overlord was not by his side. There was a fist mark of the Chao family on his body. But once the fist mark of the Chao family broke out, Chao Jiren would definitely notice it. At that time, she would ask Chao Qiu and immediately know who he was. Besides, Chao Jiren had also used the fist mark of the Chao family in front of others. If he used it, it would arouse suspicion. At that time, once he returned to the Scattered Stars Island, he wouldn't be able to explain that he could become an inferior manfish. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes lit up. It seemed that he still had a chance to use the mirror of icy salt. Immediately, Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There's a chance. The mirror of icy salt could copy himself. As long as the timing was right, he could save his life. Thinking of this, Han Fei was no longer worried. However, he had to be vigilant all the time in case others suddenly attacked him. After a moment, a half-mermaid leader stood up. "Get ready. In this battle, there is no so-called combat skill competition. We just have to go all out in one go. This time a lot of people might die. But if we can kill the leafless tree, we can enjoy the glory of the Sea King and become heroes of the 10,000 Demon Valley." With that, the half-mermaid looked to Han Fei and said, "You Fei, I know that your inherited talent is the Overlord body, which is stronger than the Sea King's possession. If you have the Sea King's possession, you will have the strongest physique among all the people here. You'll follow the rest of us. When we charge, you'll lead the way. Is that all right?" Han Fei sneered in his heart. "So soon you want to attack me? I can't wait. F***CK. Fortunately, I robbed several refining shops in the 10,000 Demon Valley in time. Otherwise, the image I tried so hard to play this time would be in vain." However, on the surface, Han Fei still said expressionlessly, "No problem." The man nodded. "That's good. Everyone get ready to charge." It was the first time that Han Fei had participated in the so-called Sea Demon Charge. The first condition for the charge was the Sea King's secret method, which was a must-learn ability for all heavenly talents. When Han Fei frowned and used the Sea King's secret method, he felt that the white flames, when used by a large number of people, were faintly connected. The power seemed to be stronger. However, at this time, the bracelet trembled slightly. "Something's wrong. The secret technique you're using is absorbing your life force." "What?" Han Fei didn't know what to say. No wonder every time he used the Sea King's secret method, he always felt that something was wrong. It turned out that this secret method was deadly. It turned out that this secret method was not without side effects. On the contrary, the side effect was extremely great. It could even absorb vitality. Han Fei was shocked. Who absorbed this vitality? The Sea King? But wasn't the Sea King dead? Han Fei subconsciously realized that something was wrong. The Sea King was not dead, or the Sea King had a new heir. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to crazily absorb other people's vitality through the secret method. How many people were there in the 10,000 Demon Valley? No wonder 8 out of 10 half-mermaids and half-mermaids he saw knew the Sea King's secret method. It turned out that there was such a benefit. Han Fei thought, I won't use this secret method again in the future. I don't even have enough lifespan to use. Why should I let you absorb it? Of course. This was not the time to think about this. Han Fei responded, Got it. Under normal circumstances, I won't use it again. Because of his strong physique, Han Fei was arranged to charge in the front row. He stood with those captain-level guys in golden battle suits. Beside Han Fei, a person bared his teeth and roared, Everyone charge! Hum! On the seabed, smoke and dust billowed. Everyone rose from the ground, and the hazy white flames connected into one. As soon as Han Fei charged his speed sword, he was releasing his perception and waiting for an opportunity. However, after only charging for about 3,000 meters, Han Fei found that the large force behind him slowed down a little. Advancing side by side with him were 5 captain-level powerhouses. Han Fei cursed in his heart, and the next moment, the mirror of icy salt was instantly activated. As if sensing Han Fei's movement, one of the captain-level powerhouses suddenly shouted, Do it! In an instant, 5 Sea King strikes that were stronger than a stream of light were launched in an instant. Clang, 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 crack! A big shield suddenly appeared behind Han Fei. No one noticed that, at that moment, Han Fei's figure suddenly flickered. In the next second, the ultra-quality big shield was instantly torn apart, and Han Fei was instantly blown up. When a piece of white crystal fell, everyone's face changed. Damn it, it's fake! Underground, Han Fei flashed into the ground with a flying flower demon flash. That was the cave that the leafless tree had prepared for Han Fei. The underground cave was full of twists and turns. As soon as he landed, Han Fei set up an invisibility array for himself. However, the invisibility array alone was useless. These people weren't called heavenly talents for nothing. With a sweep of their perception, they immediately found Han Fei's location. However, at the moment when they were about to take action, a blue demonic flower suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, Han Fei set up a breath, concealing a ray for himself, and then fled in a hurry. On the human side, many people looked at Luo Xiaobai in astonishment. Chapter 801. On the human side, many people were confused. Only Chao Jiren's team seemed to have figured out what was going on. Luo Xiaobai said lightly, Under cover. What? We have a sea demon under cover. Is there such a strong spy? Wow! Is there a strong master who possessed the inferior manfish? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. So the chase just now was all an act? A smile appeared on Lu Rinquang's face, and he thought to himself he's used to acting. If you know who he is, you'll be scared to death. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about this. He absolutely couldn't reveal it. Chao Jiren frowned slightly. She glanced at the overlord standing like a wooden stake not far away and felt a little weird. The captains on the human side also looked at the overlord. If they were acting, then who was this person? Was he working with the inferior manfish? Having lost track of Han Fei, the 5 captain-level sea demons exchanged a look, knowing that they couldn't back down now. If they didn't launch a full-scale attack at this moment, then when Yu Fei met with the human side later, if he used the bone transformation spiritual lamp, the situation would be even more disadvantageous for them. Only if the two sides fought now would Yu Fei be unable to attack. After all, The bone transformation spiritual lamp was a directional divine weapon. When it was illuminated in one direction, everyone in that range would be slowed down. They would be melted into nothingness in 2 seconds. Therefore, the captains roared, "Ignore Yu Fei! Charge at full speed!" Yu Ji was in the charging team, and her face was all black. Damn it! Shouldn't they deal with the traitor first? Why did they charge directly? Thinking of the effect of the bone transformation spiritual lamp, Han Fei took a breath. If the 2 sides fought together, they would be useless. On the human side, seeing that the sea demons really launched a charge, they didn't delay because of Han Fei's escape. Immediately, a group of people stood up. Someone shouted, "Everyone, prepare the secret method." Someone said, "The immortal seal is not finished yet. It's in front." Luo Xiaobai ordered, "All manipulators, listen to my command." Swish! Not far away, the overlord suddenly drew his sword and stabbed Frostmourne into the ground like a lone hero. Seeing the overlord unsheathing his sword, one of the sea demons sent a voice transmission. "This person is extremely powerful. Unless the sea god descends, no one can stop him." Immediately, 2 captains shouted, "Let's do it!" Chao Jaren was about to play the flute when she heard a voice. "Does your illusion still work? Create an opportunity for me." After a brief daze, Chao Jaren replied, "There are too many of them. The illusions will be broken by the terrifying power." Han Fei turned around and asked the leafless tree, "Mr. Tree, I have a divine weapon. Can you break into the sea demons?" The leafless tree responded leisurely, "If I break in, I won't be able to get out." Han Fei. Before Han Fei asked Shushan, the latter directly replied, "I can't fight my way in with a divine weapon in my current state. If it was in the past, I wouldn't even need a divine weapon. I could kill them all with just a sword." Han Fei didn't know what to say. Han Fei sighed. "It's hard to deal with them." Of course, Han Fei wouldn't rush out stupidly, even though he was confident in his own strength. Only a fool would dare to fight against an army of heavens chosen all by himself. At this moment, rumble! The ground was shaking, and hundreds of huge vines rose from the ground. It was a giant twisted vine made from thousands of fine vines. It had a diameter of 20 meters. After a while, it reached 100 meters long. This was a powerful force exerted by all the manipulators at the same time. In addition, the seawater was filled with a massive amount of poisons. All kinds of paralyzing venoms, crazy venoms, melting, aging, life-devouring, spirit-sucking, and other toxins covered this area of the sea. Among them were a large number of strengthened poison god. However, the charging sea demons roared, "Sea King Dragon Array!" A layer of white light rose like a barrier. All the poisons in the seawater were separated, and none of them could melt into this barrier. Death Door Sect attack. Thud! Thud! Someone shouted, and then giant gates fell from the sky one after another. After 18 giant gates fell in a row, the ground completely stopped shaking. Giant vines were sweeping, and hundreds of giant vines were scattered on both sides like guards. At the moment when the sea demon army charged here, they waved one after another. Puff! 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 In Han Fei's shocked gaze, the dazzling white light that seemed to fall from heaven tore apart the giant vines one after another, and none of them could resist this terrifying impact. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. It turned out that the power of a team could be magnified to this extent. He had an intuitive feeling that this was much more powerful than the fist marks of the Chow family. Although the fist marks of the Chow family could exert a blow of a peak-level hidden fissure, the difference in power was too great. Now, the power in this white light was probably even more powerful than the 10 fist marks of the Chow family. Can the 3 death doors resist it? Han Fei immediately rejected this idea. Maybe the sea demons were not as good as humans in terms of combat skills. However, in terms of absolute power, they were not much worse than humans. He had already discovered this in the battle in the Heaven-Human Canyon. Now, Han Fei's guess was confirmed. Han Fei took a breath and spoke to Luo Xiaobai and Lu Rinquang telepathically. Don't charge forward stupidly. Do you still have divine weapons? Use them. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Got it. Before Luo Xiaobai said anything, the woman in red from the human team walked out. Everyone retreat another 3,000 meters. Captain, Shirsanua, you can't stand in the front alone. The woman in red shouted, I know what I'm doing. Armorists, retreat 1,000 meters. Take out your shields and armor. Seeing the woman in red stand out, Han Fei thought of something and spoke to Chao Jiaran telepathically again. If the Sea Demon army can stop for a moment, can you cast an illusion? It'll only take half a second. Chao Jiaran received Han Fei's message again and was silent for a second. Maybe less than half a second. What do you want to do? Be fast. Han Fei followed the Sea Demon army underground. Less than half a second. Han Fei thought to himself, I've tried my best. If I can't make it in time due to special circumstances, don't blame me. The red-clothed woman stood coldly behind the door of death, in front of everyone. Her hands were behind her back, and a purple token was flipping on her fingertips. Boom! Crack! Crack! The triple lifeless door was destroyed too quickly. It was so fast that the sound of it shattering was like a continuous barrage of bullets. Da-da-da. When the final door shattered, a large purple order floated into the air. Boom! Rumble! Bolts of purple lightning rumbled down like rain, pouring down like a tide. The woman in red quickly retreated. The shields behind her represented the armorist's determination to fight to the death. What made Han Fei's teeth hurt was that Lu Rinquang was among them. Fortunately, the speed of lightning was fast enough. After all, thousands of lightning bolts struck down in the blink of an eye. Kacha! In just an instant, the charging formation was broken. The white light shield was full of cracks in less than half a second before it was broken. Ah, see God descends. Sea King possession. Blue whale riding technique. Water moon giant. A large number of secret techniques were burned, but they couldn't stop the bombardment of the purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, 20 or 30 people were blown into pieces. However, among these people, there were still some whose immortal seals hadn't been exhausted. Therefore, the real number of enemies killed by this divine weapon couldn't be more than 20 or even less. Woo! After 2 purple lightning bolts, the purple token had been shattered. Melodious music sounded, and a misty fog was set off on the bottom of the sea. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Chao Jiaran and pointed at the void. Summon blue poisonous flame. Chilla! Thousands of blue flame petals bloomed in the crowd and merged with the misty fog. Now, Han Fei burst out, broke the water barrier, and rushed into the mist crazily. 1 second, 2 seconds, less than 2 seconds later, the music stopped abruptly. Although Chao Jiaran's face didn't change, she was bleeding from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Obviously, she couldn't resist this impact. Luo Xiaobai also vomited a mouthful of blood with a puff. The moment the mist dissipated, Han Fei's figure appeared. Immediately a sea demon roared, "Disperse!" Hundreds of void chains rose up, and Han Fei had already rushed in. He didn't dare to use the flying flower demon flash, fearing that he would be nailed to death on the spot as soon as he appeared. However, a withered tree suddenly appeared in the void and pushed Han Fei. In the next moment, a strange light appeared. It was as gorgeous as an aurora, but this light could only cover more than 300 meters in a fan shape. At that moment, all the sea demons burned their essence, blood, and rushed forward, and Han Fei only covered about 30 people at once. And within 1 second, 6 ran away. Within 2 seconds, a total of 11 ran away. Those who didn't run away within 2 seconds couldn't run anymore. Their bodies were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. More than half of their bodies had melted. How could they run away? Even those who had already run out, as long as they didn't run out in the first second. The 5 who ran out later were already seriously injured. At least, Han Fei almost couldn't recognize that they were half-mermaids. Their eyes, noses, and mouths were gone, and the skin on their bodies was gone, leaving only squirming muscles. On the human side, the group of people was stunned and overjoyed. This inferior man-fish was really powerful. On their side, only a dozen people were killed by a purple lightning token. He alone killed at least 20 of them, right? A half-mermaid roared angrily. Roar? You Fei, damn you! However, at this moment, the bone transformation spiritual lamp had been broken. Han Fei had rushed into the ground and slipped away again. At this moment, Han Fei curled his lips. I'm proud to contribute to mankind. Chapter 802. When the name Yu Fei was shouted, Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquan looked at each other. What kind of stupid name is this? There were originally nearly 250 sea demons. Because the leafless tree knew that they were here to kill it, it had been targeting the sea demons from the very beginning. After that, Han Fei contributed a wave of heads. In addition to the 2 wars with human beings, the leafless tree had taken action once. Counting the consumption of the 2 divine weapons this time, the number of sea demons finally dropped. There were still 89 of them. Among them, 8 had been seriously injured. Why were there 8? Because after Han Fei's attack, 2 seconds later, someone walked out of the void. Obviously, those immortal seals hadn't been consumed yet. However, even though they were revived, they were still illuminated by the bone transformation spirit lamp for a breath's time, causing them to be heavily injured. However, the half-mermaid expert in front was completely crazy. He activated the secret technique of Sea God's Descent and rushed at the human beings with the phantom of a golden giant. If 1 or 2 of them did this, it wouldn't be a big deal. But 12 people activated the terrifying secret technique of Sea God's Descent at once. On the human side, Chao Jiaren didn't even have time to wipe the blood on her face. She crushed a fist mark of the Chao family and threw it out. Ignoring those who had activated the secret technique of Sea God's Descent, a massive amount of vines surged out crazily. Among the human beings, several captain-level figures walked out. They had all accumulated a lot of strength. At this time, they had to come out. In an instant, all kinds of secret techniques, companion spirits, and contractual spiritual beasts crossed the entire sea. The Overlord, who hadn't moved, had already rushed out with Frostmourne. Because 2 experts who had activated the secret technique of Sea God's Descent were rushing at him. Hula! The terrifying blow of Snowmorn swept at the 2 experts. As Han Fei expected, the sword shadow was crushed. However, Han Fei clearly saw that half of the golden phantom of one of them was extinguished. Immediately, Han Fei calculated the attack power of Frostmourne. With his current strength, the power of this blow was probably equivalent to that of an intermediate peak-level hidden fissure or an advanced early-level hidden fissure. Swish! 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 What shocked the 2 powerhouses was that the Overlord was actually able to attack continuously with such terrifying power. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Who the hell told me that this man could only attack once? Both of them still remembered that someone had sworn that the Overlord had only used 1 sword strike at that time and had cut 7 people into pieces. Unfortunately, at this time, both sides were too fast. They were fighting in a sprinting state. You want to hide? It was too late. 7 strikes in a row, and the 2 men were instantly chopped into pieces. When they appeared again, Han Fei killed them with a slash. When Dying Strike was activated, the Overlord slashed again with Snowmorn. Although the other sirens saw this scene, they were already fighting with the humans and could no longer rush forward to attack the Overlord. Moreover, even if they wanted to target the Overlord, someone had to be willing to do it, right? The other 10 experts who had used Sea God's Descent were already entangled. At this moment, he could not come over. Even if ordinary geniuses came, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Han Fei sneered. Why don't you see what I've used? I'm using top-grade demon stones. Last time, I only infused them with spiritual spring. How could they be the same? However, Han Fei slightly frowned. One strike consumed almost 30,000 points of spiritual energy. An ultra-quality demon stone contained 520,000 points of spiritual energy. In other words, he had used almost 270,000 points of demonic energy to kill 2 people? Han Fei couldn't help but grimace. This consumption was 2F** king high. It must be his problem. His level was too low. It seemed that it was imperative to improve his strength and deduce the void fishing art as soon as possible. After killing these 2 people, the Overlord immediately rushed into the battlefield, carrying Snowmorn, and only aimed at the experts who had used Sea God's descent. Someone roared, "Block it!" The person who was called rolled his eyes. Why don't you go and block it? In this situation, whoever blocks it will die. Just say it if you want me to die. Seeing that the ordinary heavenly talents refused, Yu-Ji rushed up. She also used Sea God's descent. She hated Han Fei to the core, but she was still rational. She shouted, "This person needs 3 strikes to shatter Sea God's descent. Take turns. He can't hold on for long under such a terrifying attack." On the other side, Lu Rinquan wiped his armor box. F***CKU, eat my bloodthirsty broadsword. Among the sea demons, a man with a dark face, holding a weird shell in his hand, suddenly shouted, "You fight, I'll go kill the leafless tree." Then he pointed at Han Fei. "If you don't come, the leafless tree will die." With that, the man suddenly disappeared, leaving a mist of blood in the seawater. Blood escape? Luo Xiaobai said, "Go, he has a divine weapon. No one here can stop him for the time being. We can fight him head-on. You guard the leafless tree." The Overlord rushed out, and Han Fei, who was underground, also rushed out. Han Fei jumped out and responded, "Xiaobai, Xiaobai! Why do you think I look like I can block the attack of a divine weapon?" Luo Xiaobai said, "The leafless tree can't die. When we go back, I'll ask for materials and credits for you. If your puppet is destroyed, I'll go back and get the materials back for you." Han Fei smiled bitterly. As expected of Luo Xiaobai, she's so clear about the big picture. If it were me, I might just go with her. Anyway, I'm not going. After a moment, when Han Fei came to the leafless tree, he saw that within 100 meters of the leafless tree, there was a tangible barrier. However, the barrier flickered like a half-broken electric light, as if it would go out at any time. Obviously, he was too slow. This old tree might have been struck once. Han Fei finally saw what this old tree looked like. It was a bare tree with only 6 branches in total, and it seemed that 3 of them had just been broken. The whole tree was no more than 20 meters high and 2 meters in diameter. On the tree there was a big old face. At this moment he was quite calm, and when he saw Han Fei, he even raised his eyebrows. Han Fei complained, "Uncle Tree, after this fight, you'd better give me something good. Otherwise, I'll suffer a big loss." The leafless tree said, "Don't be distracted. If the barrier breaks, as long as he uses a divine weapon, I will definitely die." Han Fei stood in front of the barrier and sighed. Looking at the harpoon that was already stabbing at him with huge waves, the Overlord swung his sword. However, that guy didn't care at all. The Overlord's sword couldn't shatter this guy's Sea God Phantom. Han Fei immediately roared. He fully activated the majestic mystic spell and the Sea King's secret method. Forget it. I'll just let the Sea King absorb some vitality. At most, I'll make up for it later. Han Fei was wearing a golden battle suit. Holding the sacrificing punch, and Little Fatty and Little Gold were attached to him. Boom! The big crimson seal soared into the sky. This punch was Han Fei's strongest blow now. If he couldn't even resist a blow from the opponent, he would go home and sleep. Bam! The two of them were sent flying back almost at the same time. Han Fei bumped into the barrier and almost destroyed it. The captain-level powerhouse widened his eyes. How can he be so strong? This guy was actually able to block his attack with his bare hands? Han Fei twisted his neck and immediately poured a large mouthful of candled dragon blood into his mouth. Then a layer of lightning appeared on his head, and he waved his big sword. Lightning blade. A thick electric current formed by lightning instantly hit the strong powerhouse in the dark seawater, and the Overlord slashed twice in a row. Go to hell. Knowing that he had no way to survive, the man threw out the shell in his hand. Han Fei swallowed. Damn it, this is a real divine weapon. When the man threw out the shell, he had already been slashed by the Overlord. Big, 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 while shouting, Han Fei said to the old tree via voice transmission, "Can you block other people's perception?" The embroidery needle was placed in front of Han Fei. The demonic energy on it soared into the sky and turned into billowing demonic flames. Clang, the echo shook and instantly spread for dozens of kilometers. Even the people on the battlefield were stunned by the echoes of the explosion. Many people were even bleeding from their ears because of the echo. They were shocked. What on earth happened in the rear? Why is even the echo so terrifying? Rumble. The embroidery needle was blown away. Han Fei was bleeding from his 7 orifices and vomiting blood wildly. His 2 arms hung down and were broken. Even through the embroidery needle, the semi-divine battlesuit on his body was dented. In front of Han Fei, 6 octopus claws were blocking. At this moment, the octopus claws were also rotten. Fortunately, limb regeneration didn't require resurrection, so it wouldn't consume little Fatty's resurrection chance. However, at some point, Han Fei picked up a root in his mouth. Kacha! The spiritual barrier was broken in the end. The embroidery needle crushed a deep ravine on the ground. In front of him, the guy who had just been resurrected was cut into 4 pieces by Frostmourne and died. Leaning against the leafless tree, Han Fei felt the demon purification pot was shaking. It must be the vine leaf that attracted the demon purification pot. However, Han Fei couldn't care less about this at this moment. He felt that his internal organs were rolling and his blood was surging. Even though he was biting the root of the fateful holy grass and a large amount of vitality was pouring into his body, he still felt as if his bones were falling apart. The bracelet trembled. Boy, you're really fierce. As an advanced hanging fisher, you took the attack of a divine weapon head-on. Han Fei was speechless. Blood was still gurgling from his mouth. I thought I wanted to. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 803. In front of the leafless tree, the Overlord stabbed Snowmorn into the ground. In his eyes, blue flames flickered, and he stared at the battlefield like a statue. With the Overlord here, the sea demons knew that this matter had failed and there was no possibility of killing the leafless tree. They never expected that Han Fei could even resist the attack of the divine weapons. The divine weapons were exhausted, and their combat power was equal. Knowing that there was no chance of winning, the sea demons could only choose to retreat. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to kill so many heavenly talents. However, almost all the sea demons remembered a name. Yu Fei. Someone roared, "Yu Fei, I will kill you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Retreat." The leafless tree responded, "I secretly found the body of a human soul warrior. His soul was crushed by a mental attack. Now his soul is in chaos and he is completely dead. Is this what you want?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, don't let others find it." The bracelet trembled and seemed to be a little excited. However, Shu Shan still said, "This is good. However, I have to remind you, you are now in a dilemma. If you go to the human territory in your current state..." Han Fei's heart sank. Now, the sea demons had been exposed. It was impossible for him to return to the 10,000 Demon Valley. But the Scattered Stars Island? Once he went back, there would be a lot of trouble. This would not only prevent him from improving his strength, but he might even be regarded as a spy. No matter how Luo Xiaobai and the others argued, who said that the sea demons were not playing a big game, Han Fei frowned and spoke to Luo Xiaobai and the others who had just finished the battle and were frantically rescuing people. Han Fei asked, "Xiaobai, how did you go back?" Luo Xiaobai's face was pale at this moment. "There is an array map. We can only go back through it." Luo Xiaobai pondered for a few seconds. "Directly send it back to the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei's face changed, and the leafless tree suddenly said, "If you can wait a little longer, maybe I can open up a channel." Han Fei was immediately refreshed. "Really? How long?" The leafless tree sighed. "It will take at least 3 months, or even half a year." Knowing that it wouldn't take long, Han Fei nodded. "Okay, no problem." At this moment, the red-clothed woman, who was called Shirsanue, and the captains walked toward the leafless tree, ignoring their severe injuries. Everyone stopped 100 meters away from Han Fei, looked at the leafless tree, and then looked at Han Fei with mixed feelings. This time, Yu Fei really made a great contribution, although he did not know why he was exposed. However, in this battle in the demonic forest channel, Han Fei turned the tide alone. This was worthy of respect. The blood on Chao Jiren's face had been wiped away. Her face had regained its softness. She glanced at the overlord indifferently. "This is a puppet, right?" "Ah." Shirsanue and the others were astonished. Such a powerful puppet? Someone noticed Snowmorn in Overlord's hand. His heart couldn't help but tremble. This sword was probably at least a high-grade divine weapon. Unfortunately, their senses were blocked in this place just now. There was no telling how Han Fei blocked the bombardment of a divine weapon. Leaning against the leafless tree, Han Fei said palely to guess, "Should I tell you or not?" Chao Jiren's lips curled. "You don't need to tell me. I'm very sure now." Shirsanue bowed to Han Fei solemnly to express her gratitude and respect. "Who are you? Who possessed you?" Han Fei grinned and said, "You don't need to know." Luo Xiaobai walked close and said indifferently, "It's related to the Thug Academy." "You don't need to know." Hearing that it was the Thug Academy, many people had guesses. Their guesses all made sense. Only the lunatics of the Thug Academy would possess a sea demon's body and do something as great as sneaking into the 10,000 Demon Valley. Only the crazy and stubborn heavenly talents of the Thug Academy could have such extraordinary strength. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei casually and nodded her head subtly, hinting that it didn't matter if Han Fei told them. She was here to mediate. Cough, cough. Han Fei naturally cooperated with her. "Woo. I didn't expect that the Thug Academy would have a few decent heavenly talents after so many years. One of them is from a divine manipulator family. Since Luo Xiaobai joined the Scattered Stars first unit, her identity as a divine manipulator family must have been known." Han Fei pointed it out at this moment, which represented Han Fei's insight and knowledge about the Thousand-Star City. Also, the divine manipulator family wasn't known to everybody. Han Fei knew that and tried to dispel other people's suspicions. At this moment, he heard a roar, and Lu Rinquang limped close and said, "Ha ha ha! You're a senior of the Thug Academy. No wonder I always feel comfortable. Senior uncle, are you going back? I'll treat you to hot pot." Han Fei thought to himself, Lu Rinquang is smart enough to point out the identity of senior uncle, which means that Han Fei is not of the same generation as them. That's a good idea. After all, Old Bai once said that many experts of the Thug Academy had perished, and some were scattered everywhere. Who would know who he was if he pretended to be someone else? Han Fei glanced sideways at Lu Rinquang. "Little fatty, your swallowing technique is not bad. But what's hot pot?" Lu Rinquang rolled his eyes and hurried to cooperate. "Hot pot. Let me tell you, it's amazing." Lu Rinquang rambled on, stopping the messy questions that Shirsanue and the others wanted to ask. They were from the same sect and chatting with each other. How could they disturb them? Sher Sanua nodded at everybody and slowly retreated to the team. They still had to wait for the sea demons to leave the demon forest secret realm before they left. Seeing that everybody else was gone, Han Fei said to the leafless tree, "Mr. Tree, can you set up a soundproof array?" "Simple." Han Fei frowned and said, "Xiao Bai, how are you going to explain this when you return to the Scattered Stars Island?" Luo Xiao Bai said casually, "It's not a big problem. How are your wounds?" Lu Rinquang quickly said, "That's right, Han Fei. How did you resist the last bombardment of the divine weapon? I vaguely felt that it was horrifying on the battlefield." Han Fei's lips twitched. "I blocked it with a divine weapon." Han Fei didn't explain. If he told Lu Rinquang, the guy would definitely raise a fuss. However, Lu Rinquang glanced at the Overlord and ran to Snowmorn. Then he touched it with his hand. Immediately he retracted his finger and said, "This sword is awesome. It's so cold that it must be a mid-quality divine weapon, isn't it?" Han Fei scolded him with a smile. "You're so rude. I'm your senior uncle. What's wrong with me having a high-quality divine weapon?" Lu Rinquang rolled his eyes. "Cut it out. This time it's all thanks to you. Speaking of which, how did you get so many divine weapons? The weird light that killed so many people was a divine weapon too, wasn't it?" Han Fei smiled and said, "I looted it from the sea demons. Don't be shy. I'm not going back with you this time." Lu Rinquang was about to speak when Luo Xiaobai asked, "Then how are you going to leave? You can't go back to the sea demons." Han Fei said, "I have a way to get out. However, I may have to stay here for a few months. After I get out, I'll go back." Lu Rinquang asked, "Do you have a way? Then do you have a way to get in?" Han Fei said angrily, "Do you think I'm a god? This time I met you by chance. I've already become a top heavenly talent among the sea demons. If you give me a few years, I may be able to become a high-level sea demon." Lu Rinquang sighed. "High-level sea demons. By the way, is it fun to be a sea demon? How do you feel talking at the bottom of the sea? How did you get into the 10,000 Demon Valley? What did you do in the 10,000 Demon Valley?" Han Fei said coldly and angrily, "Why do you have so many questions? Go away. I'll tell you when I get back. By the way, after you go back, find a way to get me more level 2 soul crystals and spirit awakening fluid." Lu Rinquang sighed. "How can I?" Before Lu Rinquang finished speaking, a few sea-swallowing seashells flew out. Han Fei glared at Lu Rinquang. "There are a lot of materials and a few semi-divine weapons of the sea demons. Find a way to help me exchange for resources." Lu Rinquang caught the sea-swallowing seashells, glanced at them, and suddenly exclaimed, "Han Fei, did you loot the 10,000 Demon Valley?" Luo Xiaobai asked curiously, "What is it?" Speechless, Lu Rinquang handed over the sea-swallowing seashells. Luo Xiaobai glanced at them and was also speechless. She looked at Han Fei in a strange way. She also wondered what Han Fei had done in the 10,000 Demon Valley. There must be 70,000 or 80,000 pieces of materials in them, right? Han Fei chuckled. "It's a piece of cake." Luo Xiaobai handed the sea-swallowing seashells to Lu Rinquang and then looked at Han Fei. "Last time, I didn't have enough time." "Xiaochan!" Han Fei shook his head slightly. Shu Shan and the leafless tree were still here. He didn't want to say too much. Han Fei's face darkened. "I can't see her for the time being. If one day in the future we become explorers, we should have a chance." "Explorers?" Luo Xiaobai and Lu Rinquang looked at each other, and their faces became serious. This showed that Xia Xiaochan's disappearance was more serious than they thought. It was so serious that even if they became explorers, they would only have a chance. No longer asking about Xia Xiaochan, Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, "Han Fei, did you ask Senior Leafless to steal a corpse back?" Han Fei froze for a moment and then immediately smiled. By the way, Luo Xiaobai's perception of spiritual plants was the strongest among all of them. She couldn't hide this from him. Han Fei nodded. Yes, just help me cover up this matter. Okay. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 804. It was not until half an hour later that everybody, including Han Fei, recovered. This time, Han Fei fought a divine weapon head-on, and he had a rough idea of his endurance. Little Fatty was seriously wounded this time, but it didn't die. It had a unique limb rebirth skill, and it could recover as long as it had enough time. Although his body was strong, it was still not strong enough to deal with the attack of a divine weapon. He had to become at least a peak-level hanging fisher before he returned to the Scattered Stars Island. Once he returned, he wouldn't be able to come out in a short time. However, since the leafless tree said he could get out, he wasn't in a hurry. He could use this time to change back to his human form. He could improve and make breakthroughs, cultivate and deduce during this period of time. A moment later, the leafless tree said that the sea demons had teleported out and informed the human beings. Han Fei's wounds had basically been healed. He got up and walked to the crowd with Luo Xiaobai and the others. Han Fei said to Sanua, who seemed to be the most authoritative person, "Little girl, I've made a great contribution to mankind this time, haven't I?" Sanua nodded. "Of course. I'll report it to Lord Shueishenqi in person after we return to the Scattered Stars Island." Han Fei bared his teeth and nodded. "Although I've made a great contribution, I can't claim the reward. I'll give the credit to Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renquang. How does that sound?" Sanua's face stiffened. After a moment of silence, she said, "I can't make the decision, but I'll try my best. However, are you not going back with us, Senior?" Han Fei waved his hand and said, "You can go back. I have my ways to get out. Besides, the leafless tree is heavily wounded, and the 10,000-year tree demon may attack it at any time. I need to watch over it for a while." Everybody was stunned, but then they realized that the 10,000-year tree demon was not easy to deal with. Sanua nodded. "Thank you, Senior. Let's go back to the island." After saying that, Sanua pulled open a formation map, and a mysterious formation rose into the sky. Soon, a pitch-black gate appeared in the void. Han Fei glanced at Lu Renquang and suddenly kicked him. "Go back and focus on your cultivation. Don't just eat. You've been nagging me about food for a long time, but I can't eat any of it. I'm so hungry." Lu Renquang was speechless. "Are you having fun being a senior uncle? Are you having fun?" Many people secretly laughed, only feeling that this little fishman was very interesting. After a while, when everyone had left, with a thought, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold appeared and exchanged another ultra-quality demonic stone for the overlord. Then he said, "Protect me. I'm going to transform." Scattered Stars Island, Central City. Shueishenqi listened to Sanua's report with his back turned. All the captains were waiting for Shueishenqi's reply. After the report, Shueishenqi frowned and glanced at Luo Xiaobai. An expert from the Thug Academy possessed an azure sea blue demon. Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Yes, it involves some secrets of the Thug Academy, so I'm very sure." Shueishenqi frowned slightly. If he used to be an expert from the Thug Academy, why did he suddenly join the sea demons after so many years? Shueishenqi pondered for a moment and said, "The divine weapon he used should be the bone transformation spiritual lamp." "Chao Jiren, did you say that the puppet killed 5 people in 5 steps?" Chao Jiren nodded. "That's right. Before the sword was moved, 5 half-mermaid heavenly talents in semi-divine battlesuits were annihilated. They didn't even have the time to use the immortal seal. However, this method seems to be limited, or he could have killed all the sea demons on his own." Shueishenqi hummed and wondered if it was a coincidence or intentional that an expert from the Thug Academy showed up at this moment. He didn't doubt that the people from the Thug Academy would help human beings. This was what everyone should do for the big picture. He was just caught in some complicated conjectures. After a moment, Shue Shinchi said unhurriedly, "Give enough compensation to the heavenly talents who died this time, including their families, villages, and towns. Also, since someone from the Thug Academy helped them, Luo Xiaobai and Luren Kwang will each be rewarded with 5 million points of credit and a heaven-level high-quality art. On the Scattered Stars Island, the sea demons had retreated, and human beings could take a rest. More importantly, the various systems were calculating the casualties. On the edge of a cliff somewhere on the west coast, Lu Rinquang looked at Tango, who was thin and gloomy but emitting a murderous aura, and said casually, 'Han Fei is not dead. He asked me to tell you.' Air wave shook, and Tango looked at Lu Rinquang in shock, his eyes wide open, as if waiting for Lu Rinquang to confirm it again. Lu Rinquang said, 'If everything goes well, he will return to the Scattered Stars Island in half a year at most. By the way, he asked you to go to the Twisted Jungle.' A smile suddenly appeared on Tang Ji's solemn face, but his fists were clenched, and his slightly trembling movements revealed his excitement at this moment. The Twisted Jungle. Pooh! Old Jiang, who was sitting at the dinner table, spat out a mouthful of liquor. 'What did you say?' Tang Ji's eyes regained their luster. 'Senior, Han Fei is not dead. He may return in half a year.' Old Jiang was stunned for a long time before he said slowly, 'His life tablet is broken, but he's not dead? This boy.' Jiang Qin glanced at Tango and said casually, 'Since you're here, stay for dinner.' Old Jiang snorted. 'That boy knows that I'm afraid of trouble, but he still sent me such a living person. Forget it, Tango. Since you're here, stay here for a few days. I'll test you. If you can't do it, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible.' 'Huh?' Tango was dumbfounded and didn't understand what she meant. Jiang Qin said, 'If Han Fei just wanted us to know the news, he could have asked anyone from the Thug Academy to send a message. He wouldn't have asked Lu Rinquang to tell you and then you to tell us.' Tango opened his mouth, smiled bitterly, and didn't speak. So that was it. In the passage of the Demon Forest, in front of Han Fei, a soul warrior was jumping up and down and practicing a set of fist techniques. Han Fei said gloomily, Okay, you've done it 8 times. Ha ha ha. It's been too long. I've been in the state of a soul. It feels good to suddenly have a body. Except that I'm a little weak and my aptitude is a little weak. It's not a big problem.' Han Fei said grumpily, 'Brother, since he can enter this demonic forest, he deserves to be called a heavenly talent. What's wrong with him?' Shu Shan chuckled. 'That's because you don't know my previous talent. I still think your body is really good, but your spiritual heritage seems to be a little low. It's not worthy of the talent you've shown at all.' Han Fei returned to his human form. Sure enough, the human form was more comfortable. There was no harm without comparison. It was the first time in many years that Shu Shan could have a human body, so he couldn't contain his excitement. On the contrary, Han Fei didn't feel so excited. Instead, he felt a sense of urgency. It was rare for him to have a quiet rest for a period of time, so he couldn't afford to waste it. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree. 'Mr. Tree, you have a total of 6 branches, and now 3 have been destroyed. Are you going to wait for all the branches to grow again?' A smile appeared on the old face of the leafless tree. 'Of course not. If I want them to grow again, I'm afraid it will take 30 years. Han Fei was speechless. 30 years? Just 3 branches? The leafless tree shrugged. 'My main injury is not from the collapse of the branches, but from the damage to the spiritual heritage. Although it has been remedied, it's still not enough.' Han Fei said indifferently, 'Anyway, as long as I can get out of here.' 'Hey, old Shu, are you going to the Scattered Stars Island?' Shu Shan shook his head. 'Of course not. This is not our era anymore. If I go to the Scattered Stars Island, I won't help those juniors. In the next few months, I'll stay here to recover my strength and consolidate my combat skills. Then, after we go out, let's go our separate ways." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Go our separate ways? I'm not bragging, old Shu, but your current body is only at the level of a peak-level hanging fisher. Even if you go out, how far can you go? Besides, let me tell you, the sea around the Scattered Stars Island is now the territory of sea demons. Are you sure you want to go alone?" A bright smile appeared on Shu Shan's face. "Who am I? I'm Shu Shan. Can these ordinary half-mermaid sea demons find me?" Han Fei curled his lips. "Fine. Anyway, this body is yours now. You can do whatever you want." Shu Shan chose a place to stabilize himself. With a swish, he slipped to the leafless tree and chuckled. "Mr. Tree, is the sap you mentioned ready?" At the fracture of the leafless tree, a mass of light green liquid emerged and then gathered. After a while, a mass of branches weighing about 2 kilograms was condensed. The leafless tree seemed to have become even older. It said, "It's best to take it when you're cultivating your physique." Han Fei's eyes flickered, and his face gradually became solemn. The data in his eyes shocked him. Name immeasurable sap. Introduction. The magical sap of the leafless tree contains enormous energy. It can temper bones, flesh, muscles, and bones, and also has the mysterious power to moisten the soul. Level, heaven, quality, high quality, spiritual energy greater than 105,987 points. Effect, it can temper bones, flesh, muscles, and bones if eaten directly. It's very effective for hidden fishers, less effective for law enforcers, and ineffective for explorers. Note, use it with caution for hanging fishers. Third chapter, asking for votes. Today is still the third chapter. I haven't got the monthly votes yet. Also, I've definitely updated a lot, but the number of words is not the number of chapters. I'm not an emotionless writing machine. Tomorrow is the fourth chapter. Yes. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 805. Looking at the immeasurable sap in front of him, Han Fei guessed something. If the leafless tree was outside, its strength would be terrifying. After all, this was something useful to law enforcers, and there was a reminder for hanging fishers to use it with caution. Immediately, Han Fei said to the leafless tree, "Mr. Tree, you can recover by yourself now. I'm going to cultivate first." After a while, within the forest of kelp, Han Fei checked his information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 48, high-level hanging fisher. Spiritual energy, 198-2561-15452. Mind power, 192/192 cents. 20,001 meters spiritual heritage. LV5, high-grade spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 43. Main art, void-breaking technique. Level 4 of void fishing. Demon level, divine quality. My perception has broken through. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. This was good news. He didn't even need to visualize the god-scaring painting to make a breakthrough. Han Fei guessed the reason. It was mainly because he absorbed a lot of ownerless souls in the ancient 72-floor demon realm. And when he was in the demonic forest channel, he used the soul-splitting technique many times. It might be because of this that he completely refined these souls, so his perception had a breakthrough. Han Fei glanced at Forge the Universe. There were 36 level 2 soul crystals left, which should be enough. Anyway, refining soul crystals was very fast. He'd better refine the soul crystals before he started cultivating. He held the soul crystal in his hand and began to visualize the god-scaring painting. Ka. One by one, the soul crystals were refined. After refining 16 soul crystals in a row, he was stuck at the 50th piece of the god-scaring painting. Continue. Han Fei seemed to have been prepared. He refined 10 level 2 soul crystals in a row and suddenly remembered the 51st small piece of the god-scaring painting. Hiss! The demand for rank 2 soul crystals has increased. Previously, there were 3 rank 2 soul crystals, but now there were 10. Han Fei spread out his senses, only to find that his perception had changed to 23,001 meters. He couldn't help but frown. Don't tell me there's no change in the growth of perception? Seeing that the soul crystals could still be refined, but there were only 11 soul crystals left, Han Fei immediately refined them all in one breath. After a while, 24,001 meters, and he could still continue to break through? Moreover, every time I memorize a piece of the God-scaring painting, my perception range increases to 1,000 meters? Han Fei smiled bitterly. The most painful thing was that he could still make a breakthrough, but his soul crystal was gone. Without soul crystals, the only way to improve the range of perception was to visualize the God-scaring painting or make a breakthrough. Unfortunately, visualizing the God-scaring painting was too time-consuming. Han Fei finally had a few months of free time. How could he find time to visualize it? His eyes flickered, and he took out about 20 drops of immeasurable sap. After thinking for a moment, he stuffed half of it into his mouth. Instantly, Han Fei felt his body heating up. Every drop of immeasurable sap that entered his body started to explode. Waves of energy surged into his flesh and meridians. Han Fei's eyes widened. This feeling was no less than that of the candle dragon blood. Not only did the immeasurable tree sap contain a tremendous amount of energy, it also seemed to be gushing toward his 32 acupoints. Han Fei was shocked. Ever since he practiced the 108 desolate god body, he only had 32 acupoints, and he hadn't practiced them since. At that time, he only considered using the 108 desolate god body to cover the indestructible body that he practiced, so he never practiced it on purpose. But at this moment, he found that the desolate god body seemed to be changing. He still remembered the purpose of the desolate god body, which was to practice the only major acupoint. Only when the major acupoints were united could it be considered a body with only one leaky acupoint. Immediately, Han Fei practiced the desolate god body, which he hadn't practiced for a long time. His body made 108 strange postures underwater. No, 10 drops are not enough. 20 drops, 30 drops. Time went by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 months, Shushan seemed to have disappeared and hadn't shown up yet. However, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this moment. The seawater nearby seemed to be twisted. 8 vortexes were rotating, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was drilling into Han Fei's body. It took Han Fei 3 months to set up a spirit gathering array on the ground. With the scouring of spiritual energy, he had practiced from the previous 3 acupoints to the current 8 major acupoints, which was a terrifying speed. Break. Kacha! Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy was rolling in, and a large amount of spiritual spring in his body turned into spiritual energy and was absorbed into his body. After a while, Han Fei suddenly stood up and spat out a long jet of water. That jet of water actually shattered a blade of grass. I made a breakthrough. I thought I would have to wait until I deduced the 5th level of the void fishing art. My strength and physique have been increased by 30%. It's indeed a heaven-level, divine quality body refining art. If I can unite the major acupoints, it will be at least 20% stronger. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 49. Peak level hanging fisher. Spiritual energy 198, 2561, 17512. Spiritual power 2, 308/2, 308. Perception range greater than 24,001 meters. Spiritual heritage level 5. High quality spiritual beast twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish level 43. Main art void breaking technique level 4 of void fishing. Demon level, divine quality. Han Fei couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He had really been cultivating hard in the past 3 months, and the effect was unexpectedly good. He even made a breakthrough in advance. Also, after the breakthrough, Han Fei found that the upper limit of his spiritual energy had increased a lot, to about 2,000 points, which was better than any previous breakthrough. Is it because I've been through too many battles? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tree, what's the time? Can we go out now? The big face of the leafless tree appeared. Han Fei didn't know if it was his illusion, but although it was still old, it seemed to be a little bit better. The leafless tree said, Wait for me for another 3 days. I'll send you out in 3 days. Han Fei nodded. Even if the leafless tree wanted to send him out now, he would probably ask him to postpone it for a few days. Before going out, he had 2 things to do. The first thing was to deduce the majestic mystic spell. At present, the majestic mystic spell was only demon level, divine quality, and he hadn't deduced it before because Han Fei felt that the 5-fold increase was almost enough. But now this trip to the demon forest made him realize that his opponents were getting stronger, and he had to be stronger too. Deduce. Enforge the universe. A moment later, information popped up in his eyes. Overlord's technique, heaven level, mid-quality. Note, a secret technique of food created by watching the Overlord Black Tortoise swallow the sea. It summons the Overlord Black Tortoise with enormous energy as a sacrifice. In a short period of time, its combat power will be multiplied according to the level of the caster. Current improvement, 8 times drawback. The stronger the improvement, the more energy it will consume. Once the energy is consumed too much, the body's potential will be overdrawn. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost. 0/30, 000, 000, the Overlord's technique that cost 10 million to deduce. Han Fei smiled. This was the real good stuff. With an increase of 8 times of strength, Han Fei was confident that even the sea god arrives might not be stronger than the Overlord's technique. However, as the Overlord's technique was activated, more and more energy was consumed. During this time, the immeasurable sap that the leafless tree gave him had been used up. Thinking that the old tree's strength had been greatly reduced and it was seriously damaged, Han Fei didn't ask for more from it. At this moment, while Shu Shan was cultivating somewhere, Han Fei came to the leafless tree. Mr. Tree, tell me more about that little vine. Why is it here? On the tree, the old face appeared. When this secret realm opened last time, it was also a war between humans and sea demons, and a human powerhouse came to help me with this thing. However, this thing occupied the core position of the earth veins as soon as it came, and now it has been connected to the earth veins. If you want to extract it now, the entire demon forest may collapse. When the secret realm is broken, the consequences will be unpredictable. Han Fei's eyes flickered. Oh, then why did you say that the opportunity hasn't come yet? The leafless tree said gloomily, I feel that it is still full. Not full. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree in astonishment. You mean that little vine came here to eat? The tree face raised his eyebrows and said yes. It eats spiritual energy and energy. I don't even know whether it is good or bad. Because of this, I can't determine the purpose of human beings. I don't know whether they are here to help me or to extract this little vine by force. Han Fei's eyes flickered and he was lost in thought. Who brought this vine in? The leafless tree pondered for a long time and said, An incarnation named Han Guanshu, but it was he who saved me last time. Han Fei's face changed and his heart skipped a beat. Han Guanshu again? At that moment, Han Fei felt very uncomfortable. According to his speculation, if Han Guanshu was related to him, no, he was 100% related to him, because there was also a little vine at the bottom of the steps into the sea. He had already taken that one, and now this one was the second one. Han Fei said leisurely, Mr. Tree, when do you think it will be full? The leafless tree replied, maybe It will take another 5 or 6 years, or 7 or 8 years, or 10 years. I'm not sure. It depends on it. Han Fei was speechless. So I came early? Why did Han Guanshu put this little vine in the town? Was it for him? Why him? Did he know that he would get the demon purification pot? Han Fei's head was in a mess. He didn't know anything except that it must be related to a big secret. He felt that he was being manipulated. He didn't feel very good, which made Han Fei unhappy. Han Fei closed his eyes and tried to make the demon purification pot move. However, the demon purification pot didn't shake anymore except for the violent tremors a while ago. Did the demon purification pot know that the little vine was not full? 3 days passed. Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in front of the leafless tree. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw a sword flying at him at a terrifying speed. Han Fei's pupils constricted. What a fast speed! What a strong sword intent! Where is Master Shu? When the sword was 100 meters away from Han Fei, it suddenly stopped and turned into a person. It was none other than Shu Shan. Han Fei asked in shock, "Have you become a sword?" Shu Shan smiled. "I am a sword cultivator. Isn't it basic for me to become one with my sword?" Han Fei was speechless. Why haven't I seen anyone else do such a basic thing? Kacha! Before Han Fei and Shu Shan communicated too much, Han Fei saw another branch of the leafless tree break. Han Fei asked in shock, "Mr. Tree, what are you doing?" The leafless tree said, "Take my branch. Next time, as long as you break the branch within 100,000 kilometers of the entrance, you can come in." Shu Shan said lazily, "I won't come. I'm going to take a look at the current world." Han Fei looked at the leafless tree. Then, how do I know when I will come? The old voice of the leafless tree sounded. When this branch grows its first leaf, you can come at any time. Then a dark hole lit up 100 meters high in the sky, and the leafless tree said leisurely, "I will send you to 100,000 kilometers away from the entrance of the sea demons." Shu Shan went to the hole with a smile. "Enough, the new world, the infinite ocean, here I come." Han Fei took a deep look at the leafless tree and left without looking back. First update, asking for votes, end of this chapter. Chapter 806. In the sky above the blue ocean, a circular hole suddenly appeared. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, came out in a line. The moment they appeared in the air, a red fishing boat appeared in the sky. On the fishing boat, Han Fei took a deep breath. "I'm finally out. How comfortable." Shu Shan exclaimed in surprise, "This flying boat of yours?" Han Fei smiled and said sort of, "With the floating stone you can control the flying boat, which is extremely fast." Shu Shan nodded. "Give me one." Han Fei thought that this old man had taught him how to enter the Soul Sea. It was not a big deal to give him a fishing boat. However, he only had one wind god boat now. But there were still a few good ones in his world of demon refinement. Han Fei didn't refuse, and immediately threw a swallowing seashell to him. "Master Shu, are you really not going to the human world?" Shu Shan looked up at the sky and said leisurely, "After being reborn, I don't want to participate in this kind of war between humans and sea demons anymore. It suddenly occurred to me that I haven't had a good look at this world yet. The infinite ocean is said to be magnificent and dangerous. I have to go and have a look." Receiving the swallowing seashell, Shu Shan suddenly chuckled. "Boy, you're not bad. Take good care of the universe ring." Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then remembered that although this old man took the universe bracelet, he still gave him a universe ring. Han Fei flipped his hand and a ring appeared. He couldn't help but ask, "Is it like a swallowing seashell?" Shu Shan said in disdain, "How can a swallowing seashell compare to a universe ring?" Shu Shan reached out and touched the universe ring. With a clang, The universe ring turned into a long sword in Han Fei's hand. Shu Shan said lazily, "The universe ring, also known as the universe sword, is a real ultra-quality divine weapon. Since you saved me, I'll give it to you. It contains a cosmos sword art, and I'll give it to you as well. After you recognize it as its master, you can make it invisible and very difficult for anyone to discover it. However, I advise you not to recognize it as its master too soon. It's best to wait until you become a hidden fisher before using it. Otherwise, it can suck up all the blood in your body and kill you." Han Fei was speechless for a moment. Oh my God, this is really good stuff. Han Fei recalled how he made Snowmorn acknowledge him as its master and shuddered. If it weren't for the fact that he had a huge reserve of spirit chi and a large number of spirit fruits, he would have long been sucked to death. Han Fei couldn't help but grope. "Okay, I'll keep it. Are you going to the Endless Sea realm now?" Shu Shan waved his hand, and the fishing boat appeared. He slightly controlled it, and it shook. "The world is so big, you can go anywhere. Once I regain my strength, I'll go to the Boundless Sea domain to take a look. I didn't go there in my previous life, but I'll go in this one. Anyway, I have to go there once. I'm leaving. I'll never see you again." Looking at Shu Shan's receding figure with mixed feelings, Han Fei felt that the old man was unusually free and easy. Boundless Sea Realm? Hee, in the future, I will also go there. Han Fei immediately calmed down. This place was too close to the Myriad Demon Valley. They often encountered sea monsters. Immediately, the fishing boat took off. He didn't rush all the way until he reached an altitude of more than 5,000 meters. Woo! After only flying for an hour, Han Fei heard a distant and lonely sound coming from above the clouds. Huh, a cloud whale? Han Fei immediately flew in the direction of the sound. After about 10 minutes, Han Fei saw a cloud whale's head poking out of the clouds above the clouds. Han Fei looked at the cloud whale. The cloud whale looked at Han Fei. Woo! As if recognizing Han Fei, the cloud whale's voice seemed much happier. It leaned sideways, pressed its belly against Han Fei's fishing boat, and flew past. Then it flew back, and then put its huge head next to Han Fei's fishing boat. It blinked its big eyes twice, and waves of joy spurted out of its head. Han Fei laughed. "Big guy, we meet again. How can I not give you a gift?" Then Han Fei carried a big squid more than 30 meters long and threw it at the cloud whale. Woo! The cloud whale opened its mouth wide and rolled in the clouds. Then it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the squid in one gulp. Watching the huge squid being swallowed by the cloud whale, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. It was really a big eater. Then Han Fei glanced at the cloud whale. "How about it? Do you still want to eat it?" The cloud whale moved around and turned its body, as if saying, "I want more." Han Fei took out another purple prawn 17 or 18 meters long and threw it at it. This time, the cloud whale simply waited with its mouth wide open. Seeing the prawn fall into its mouth, it chewed up. Hearing cracking sounds, Han Fei knew that he couldn't feed it anymore. The cloud whale's level was not high, and he was afraid that it wouldn't be able to digest it if he kept feeding it. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. This big guy ran around and flew around every day. Did it know a safe place? Immediately, Han Fei asked, "Big guy, do you know a place where there are no humans or sea monsters? Can you take me to a safer place?" Woo! The cloud whale let out a cry and suddenly sank. In the next moment, Han Fei found that his fishing boat had landed on the back of the cloud whale. So Han Fei simply put away the fishing boat and sat on the back of the cloud whale. He opened his hands and let the wind howl and the clouds blow his face. This feeling was really comfortable. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Big guy, actually, you're living quite a comfortable life." Woo! The cloud whale flew slower than the fishing boat, but it was very rhythmic, which made people feel that it was a blessing to nature. About 6 hours later, the cloud whale fell down with a whimper. This was a sea area in the middle of nowhere. So far, Han Fei hadn't seen a single human passing by, nor had he seen a sea monster. He didn't know where he had been taken. Not only was there no human or sea monster, but Han Fei even sensed that there were not many marine creatures underwater. After a while, the cloud whale fell 1,000 meters high. Han Fei asked, "Big guy, is this the place?" "Woo," Han Fei grinned. "It seems so." He jumped off the back of the cloud whale and shouted back, "Don't come down. It's dangerous down there. Stay in the sky." Woo! The cloud whale flicked its tail, rose straight up, and gradually disappeared into the sea of clouds. Plop! Han Fei smashed into the water and summoned Little Black and Little White. Han Fei asked, "Daughter, can you smell a sea monster?" Little White was stunned for a while, turned around, and then turned to Han Fei, his big eyes flickering. "It seems not." "Daughter, where are the humans? Do you feel any human passing by?" The result was still the same. Han Fei was a little speechless. God knew where the cloud whale had taken him. Han Fei asked, "Do you smell where Luo Xiaobai is?" This time, Little White seemed to be a little uncertain as he chose a direction. Phew! Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Little White still had a little intuition. This wavering and hesitant feeling meant that Little White was not sure, but it felt right. So Han Fei was relieved. It was fine as long as he could determine the direction. He circled around again and sensed for a while. If there was no special creature, he would deduce it directly. 1 hour later, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, Little Fatty, Little Black, and Little White guarded the 4 directions. Little Fatty's injuries had already been healed during the 3 long months of training. But as soon as it came out, it said to Han Fei, "You want to fight me again?" Han Fei scolded with a smile. "I fed you to level 40. What else do you want? When I have a chance, I'll find an undersea chimney and dig out some spirit awakening fluid for you." Paying no more attention to them, Han Fei sat up solemnly. Phew! Han Fei took a long breath. It was time to start a new round of lightning baptism. After venting his anger, he took out a big wok and cooked the only trivariant golden ginseng in his hand. After a while, Han Fei felt that the power in his body was about to explode. The trivariant golden ginseng had only eaten about 1/3. With a thought, the 6-tailed ginseng, the fateful holy grass, the candle dragon blood, a large number of spiritual fruits obtained from the demonic forest, and a large number of spiritual fruits purchased from the 10,000 Demon Valley were all gathered somewhere in Forge the Universe. Phew! Deduce. In Forge the Universe, a massive amount of spiritual spring suddenly boiled, and the spiritual energy in the whole Forge the Universe was more than 100 times denser than outside. Boom! The originally blue sky was gradually filled with thunder, and clouds were gathering in all directions. On the sea, the waves were surging and the wind was blowing. Han Fei sat down, activated the indestructible body, and the spiritual energy in his body had begun to burn. After a while, the spiritual energy in all directions gradually gathered. Gradually, some living creatures appeared in the barren land that the cloud whale had brought. However, slowly, these creatures began to retreat again. What were they afraid of? Anyway, they didn't dare to approach. When the light spots flickered in the clouds, a downpour suddenly fell. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning struck Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 807. In this remote corner of the sea, the surface of the sea with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was shrouded in black clouds and heavy rain. In the clouds, there seemed to be a lightning dragon rolling back and forth. The howling wind piled up huge waves hundreds of meters high, roaring and shaking here. Above the sea, when the first dazzling orange-red lightning appeared and fell, it gradually turned white. Puff! In a flash, everything on Han Fei's body was instantly turned into powder. Even his hair and eyebrows disappeared without a trace, and faint cracks appeared on his skin. And Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. In the blood, there was lightning flashing, which made Han Fei's scalp go numb. The power of this blow greatly promoted the cultivation of the indestructible body art. The vitality in Han Fei's body was surging out crazily. The energy that he had just swallowed turned into the primer for the cultivation of the indestructible body art at an incredible speed, and nearly half of it was consumed in an instant. Han Fei took a deep breath, and the six-tailed ginseng stuffed in his mouth, which hadn't been chewed yet, was shattered when the lightning fell. A massive amount of energy was crazily surging into Han Fei's body. Boom! Crack! Another bolt of lightning fell. A large number of cracks appeared on the surface of Han Fei's body. However, in the midst of the scorching, the lightning seriously injured Han Fei again. This time, the lightning in Han Fei's body surged. He could even feel that there was lightning crisscrossing and spreading in his blood. However, to Han Fei's surprise, both the seed and the demonic essence in his dantian were intact. They seemed to be crazily absorbing the power that was being emitted from the lightning. Even the heaven spirit, detoxifying insect, shrank into a ball and was safe and sound under the protection of the seed and the demonic essence. There was even a touch of blue that sank into its body. Han Fei could still bear it at this moment. Seeing that the heaven spirit, detoxifying insect was fine, he was ready to start taking the spiritual fruits obtained in the demon forest after the next 3 or 5 lightning strikes. Compared with the spiritual fruits purchased in the 10,000 Demon Valley, the effect of the spiritual fruits obtained in the demon forest was at least 2 times, or even close to 3 times. This allowed Han Fei to keep the fateful holy grass until the end as much as possible. Boom, boom, boom! Perhaps it was because the divine might of heaven's descent was too obvious. When dozens of bolts of lightning from the 9 heavens struck down, the surging waves caused a shock wave. Both the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley sensed the anomaly in the ocean almost at the same time. The area covered by the downpour had an indirect effect, causing a drizzle to fall on the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley. Inside the Scattered Stars Island's transverse mountain, someone looked at the sky. Something's wrong. This isn't an ocean storm, is it? Someone said doubtfully, it's more like a change in the world. However, it seems to be a bit far from the Scattered Stars Island, at least 300,000 kilometers away. At this moment, Shueishenqi was also standing in front of the window of the palace, frowning slightly as he looked at the sky. The magical mirror in his hand reflected a large area of terrifying clouds and thunder. You can't see what had happened in that area. Even the sky-hanging mirror can't see through it? Shueishenqi said lightly, guards. Outside the door, a few high-level experts immediately came in and bowed their heads after Shueishenqi got up. General, Shueishenqi said, inform General Mo Qi to lead 2 inspectors and 3 adjudicators to this place. Don't take action if you encounter any abnormalities. Yes, General. In the 10,000 Demon Valley, Blue Feather stood on the middle head of a 3-headed giant shark. Behind him, 6 of the 8 wings of Blue Feather were here. After a long time, Blue Feather said lightly, Chen Yanning, hail Changfeng, you 2 go and take a look. Yes, Lord Feather. Suddenly, the expert called Chen Yanning hesitated and said, Lord Feather, Qixue Huan is better at this kind of thing. Why don't you let him out? Blue Feather remembered that 3 months ago, Yu Fei ruined the whole plan. He was furious and directly locked Qixue Huan up. Yu Ji was stripped of her position as a heavenly talent and thrown into the Blood Sea Valley. Blue Feather snorted. I said to let him stay in the earth-fire torture for half a year, so he will. Chen Yanning nodded slightly and disappeared from the sea with hail of Changfeng. Han Fei's body had been burnt to a crisp. The next moment his blood came out, it froze. It was covered in cracks, like a piece of burnt porcelain. I can't hold on any longer. This is only the 32nd lightning bolt. Damn it! I hope the fateful holy grass can take it. Before the next lightning bolt fell, The fateful holy grass was stuffed into Han Fei's mouth with a soft glow. All of a sudden, the terrifying cracks on Han Fei's body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The horrifying vitality made Han Fei heave a sigh of relief. High-grade goods were indeed high-grade goods. They were much stronger than ordinary spiritual fruits. Boom! An hour later, the number of lightning bolts had been greatly reduced. The power of the fateful holy grass had been completely consumed, and Han Fei's body was already full of cracks again. He drank more than half of the candle dragon blood. He couldn't help but sigh. He had underestimated the power of deduction. If he really went to sea, he would find a way to deduce. Even if he was still alive, he would probably be badly mutilated. Sure enough, opportunities were for those who were prepared. If it weren't for the fateful holy grass and the 108 desolate god body, the consequences would have been even more serious. At this time, Han Fei had been wrapped in spiritual energy. He knew he had made it. The vitality, stimulated by the indestructible body, was repairing his body. Most of the thunderclouds in the sky had dissipated, and they would completely disappear in another 100 minutes. This time, to Han Fei's surprise, those sea creatures who tried to come didn't dare to approach within 100 kilometers of him after the first lightning bolt fell. Likewise, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp didn't dare to approach him either. Suddenly, Han Fei had a strange feeling. The demon purification pot shook, and there seemed to be a warning in his heart. Danger is coming. Little black, nine-tailed mantis shrimp, come back. At the moment when Little Black and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp entered his body, Han Fei found a touch of perception sweeping past. In the next second, Han Fei disappeared. After a moment, a human powerhouse rushed to the scene immediately. He frowned and looked at the dissipating thunderclouds in the sky, his eyes flickering. Was that a person just now? He was 100% sure that it was the same person. However, that person didn't give him the feeling that he was very strong. He was probably only a hidden fisher, or even just a beginner. However, the figure of that person disappeared in an instant, which made him have an illusion again. Could it be that the catastrophe heavily injured him and made him at the bottom of his strength? Was that a lightning tribulation just now? After a moment, a few more figures appeared. General Mo-Chi, have you found anything? The two law enforcers glanced around. One of them casually grabbed, and a large piece of Jiao whose flesh and blood was caught in his hand. He sniffed and said in surprise, a human being? Is someone undergoing a tribulation here? Hearing that someone was undergoing a tribulation here, the brigadier general couldn't help but gasp and say, Has someone become an explorer? Mo-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and said, In any case, it's a human being, not a sea demon. Otherwise, if another guy like Blue Feather appeared, the pressure on the Scattered Stars Island would only be greater. Everyone sighed for a while, full of surprise. However, they were also full of curiosity. On the other side, an inspector said, But the lightning tribulation of a law enforcer when he becomes an explorer shouldn't be so shocking, right? Isn't it a bit too loud? Mo-Chi couldn't help but laugh. Some people are talented, and so are the lightning tribulations. As long as that person doesn't harm human beings, that's good enough. Right when they were about to report, Mo-Chi suddenly extended his hand and scooped up a large amount of flesh and blood from the seawater. In the next second, Mo-Chi sneered, Since you're here, come out and meet me. Hearing Mo-Chi's words, everyone was on the alert. Two water men suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea. Seeing them, the two inspectors and the three brigadier generals immediately fused with their spiritual beasts and condensed their weapons, ready for battle. Mo-Chi narrowed his eyes and glanced at the two of them. Qian Yaning, hail Changfeng. I really didn't expect that the first and third powerhouses of the 8 wings of Blue Feather would come together during this tribulation. A tribulation? Qian Yaning and hail Changfeng secretly gasped. Did human beings have one more explorer? They sensed the seawater. Although a lot of Jiao, whose flesh and blood had been scooped up by Mo Chi, some of it was still left at the bottom of the sea. In the next second, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly roared, "Run!" Seeing them flee, Mo Chi narrowed his eyes and sneered. "You still know how to run? If that expert is really here, do you think you can run away?" The 8 wings of Blue Feather were only equivalent to the level of a law enforcer. Therefore, a super expert in the level of an explorer was a terrifying enemy for them. They could even guess that the expert had only just passed the lightning tribulation and hadn't recovered from his wounds yet. Otherwise, if the expert was given more time, they probably wouldn't have been able to run away. Mo Chi looked into the distance for a while and said casually, "Let's leave this matter alone. That expert doesn't want us to recognize him. Let's just respect his wish and go back to report." The third update, asking for votes, end of this chapter. Chapter 808. Han Fei didn't dare to come out immediately. Anything that could alert the demon purification pot of danger was definitely not something that he could deal with. Besides, he had just been hit by lightning and was still heavily wounded. It would take him at least a day to recover. Besides, Han Fei didn't really care whether he went out or not. He could improve his spiritual heritage and consolidate his strength. His information popped up in his head. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 49, peak level hanging fisher, spiritual energy 492, 1562-18862, spiritual power 1502/2, 432, perception range greater than 24,001 meters, spiritual heritage level 6, low quality, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 43, main art, divine manipulation technique, level 5 of void fishing, heaven level, divine quality. The breakthrough was much better than Han Fei expected. The upper limit of his spiritual energy had been increased by 1,000 points. How long had it been? Compared with 3 months ago, his upper limit of spiritual energy had been increased by more than 3,000 points, which represented a significant improvement in his physique and comprehensive strength. His spiritual power hadn't increased much, but it was enough. It wasn't the same as a hidden fisher's breakthrough. It was impossible to soar after a minor breakthrough. His spiritual heritage had finally become level 6, low quality, which was still 1 level away from level 7 that he expected. However, he immediately had a plan. The heritage dredging fruit was still with him, and he could improve his spiritual heritage by consuming spiritual energy. It wouldn't take long for him to break into level 7. As for the art, it had been upgraded from demon level, divine quality, to heaven level, divine quality. It wasn't a big surprise to Han Fei. However, why did the divine manipulation technique sound like the ability of the divine manipulator from Luo Xiaobai's family? Han Fei read it and found that the art this time included the making of fishing rods. A fishing line? According to the divine manipulation technique, a descendant of a dragon could only make the void lines with the void lines. Only with the void lines could one practice the divine manipulation technique. This technique can actually control living beings unknowingly, and it can be controlled on multiple lines. Interesting. Han Fei mumbled. Is the fishing rod finally useful? However, Han Fei didn't study it immediately. His top priority was neither to improve his spiritual heritage, nor to consolidate his cultivation, nor to practice the art. A weird picture popped up in Han Fei's mind. It was the Soul Sea mystic art. He wanted to take this opportunity to enter the Soul Sea and improve Little Black and Little White's strength. Shu Shan had said that after every advancement or unusual breakthrough, there was a certain chance of entering the Soul Sea. Lying flat on the ground, Han Fei's consciousness became more and more blurred. The weird array of the Soul Sea seemed to be working. In a daze, Han Fei suddenly shivered and then found that he was attached to Little White, because he saw that Little Black was playing around. With a thought, Han Fei switched from Little White to Little Black, and a bloodthirsty impulse immediately rose in him. After listening to Shu Shan's explanation, He said that once one ate too many primitive spiritual beasts in the soul sea, the remaining soul power would become a terrifying existence. Last time, he forced Little Black and the others to level up by 3 levels. This time, should he also crazily eat? Anyway, breaking through to become a hidden fisher was just around the corner. That would be a breakthrough across realms. He should be able to feast again when the time came. After eating it twice, Little Black and Little White might level up to 47 or 48. Wait. Han Fei suddenly paused. If he ate too much, there would be too much soul power left. Then, could he get rid of the soul power gathering if he changed places? Han Fei was tempted and was ready to give it a try, seeing that a primitive shark-like spiritual beast swam by. Han Fei thought for a moment and bit it. He didn't know how long it had been. Han Fei had changed places more than 10 times. He had completed 2 upgrades, and now Little Black and Little White had reached level 45. And according to his estimation, after changing places at most, he would be able to reach level 46 after eating for a while. Han Fei saw a purple jellyfish rising up. Chomp! He took another bite. When he ate more than half of it, Han Fei suddenly felt a little nervous. The next second, his consciousness quickly left Little Black's body. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. Han Fei slowly sat up and frowned. No, I can't eat like this either. The escaping soul power seems to always follow Little Black and Little White. Once it reaches a certain level, it will become terrifying. And every time this happens, my consciousness will be separated from Little Black. What happens after that? What is that terrifying thing? Han Fei was silent for a long time, but then he smiled bitterly. Yes, the Soul Sea was an extremely mysterious place. How could it be so easy for him to find a loophole that allowed him to upgrade infinitely? If he thought so, others must have thought so too. If anyone could avoid the rules of the Soul Sea, then wouldn't his spiritual beasts be able to keep eating until they couldn't upgrade anymore? Alas! It seems that I have to figure out other ways to explore the Soul Sea. But in any case, Han Fei was not so discouraged. After all, he had mastered the secrets of the Soul Sea. Otherwise, who could cultivate mysterious creatures so quickly? Although Little Black and Little White were now level 45, Han Fei was sure that as long as he cultivated them for a while, it would not be a problem for them to break through to level 46. I can only explore it next time. After going to the Soul Sea, Han Fei didn't know how long it had been, but he was still not in a hurry to go out. He still needed to upgrade his spiritual heritage. Upgrade. When more than 5 million points of spiritual energy were extracted, Han Fei felt that the meridians all over his body were a little hot. A moment later, his spiritual heritage had been upgraded from level 6, low quality, to level 6, mid quality. Upgrade. After a while, Han Fei found that his spiritual heritage had become level 6 high quality. He took a deep breath and couldn't help but wonder if he was defying the heavens and changing his fate. Han Fei grabbed the heritage dredging fruit and thought for a long time. He knew that if he sold it, it would be invaluable. Ordinary people wouldn't even have a chance to see it. Although it wasn't as heaven-defying as the meridian-stealing fruit, it was still a miraculous fruit that could strengthen one's spirit meridian. As for how much it could improve, of course, he had to eat it first. Han Fei didn't think too much and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, Han Fei felt that his body trembled, and the spiritual spring in Forge the Universe began to surge, spontaneously forming a tremendous amount of spiritual energy that flushed his body. However, the flushing was not violent. On the contrary, it felt rather gentle. Han Fei felt that the meridians in his body suddenly became dazzling. Han Fei sensed that his meridians were a little itchy. Something seemed to be happening. After about half an hour, the dazzling light gradually disappeared. Then, Han Fei was shocked by himself. He subconsciously opened his mouth. Is that even possible? He saw that the meridians all over his body were as clear as crystals. If they were completely extracted, they would be like a perfect work of art. Guru, are they still meridians? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly looked at the information, only to find that his spiritual heritage had become level 7, low quality. Thankfully, I didn't eat the heritage dredging fruit until my spiritual heritage reached level 6, high quality. So it's just a level up. But on second thought, Han Fei realized that it did make sense. It was a qualitative leap from level 6 to level 7. Even the lightning strike of the void fishing art could only raise him by 1 level. Yet now, a single meridian unsealing fruit had allowed him to overcome this bottleneck. This was equivalent to experiencing another lightning strike. Was there anything better in this world? Han Fei couldn't help but grin. From this moment on, he knew that his talent had finally crossed the ranks of the heavenly talents. Finally, I've caught up to Tenga. Han Fei couldn't help but have mixed feelings. God knew how hard it was for him to come this far from a level 1 damaged meridian. Other people could easily get level 7 or level 8 spiritual heritages without any effort at all. Han Fei, on the other hand, had made his way here step by step and was struck by lightning. Han Fei rose and was about to try to feel his body when he stomped on the ground and left a huge pit. Han Fei staggered and leaned forward, trying to hold the trunk of the big red trunk with one hand. However, he failed to hold it, and his body lurched forward. Hiss! Han Fei gasped hard. What did he see? The trunk of the big red trunk, which was as strong as an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, had been left with a deep handprint by him? Damn it! Han Fei couldn't be more shocked. How much strength had he gained? Why hadn't he adapted to his current body at all? Until 3 days later, Han Fei had a shocking guess that his strength might have increased by more than 50%. No, he couldn't calculate it in this way. The power he exerted with one hand was probably close to 1,000,000 kilograms, which was close to 500 tons. As for his physique, Han Fei grabbed an ultra-quality spiritual weapon and slashed it on himself, only to find that it only left a white mark. He used 50% of his strength to cut a shallow mark on his body. But what did 50% of his strength mean? It meant that the full blow of an ordinary peak-level hanging fisher with an ultra-quality spiritual weapon might not be able to hurt him at all. Han Fei had mixed feelings. In a sense, he was now an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. No, he might be a little stronger. However, this was when the third barrier of the indestructible body hadn't been broken. Han Fei subconsciously had a hunch that if he mastered the 108 desolate god body and practiced the only major acupoint, and if the third barrier of the indestructible body was broken, he felt that his body might be as strong as a divine weapon. This conjecture made Han Fei very excited. The school of body refinement is too terrifying. The 4th chapter. Description. The monthly votes and chapters will be released at the end of the month. Also, my average word count for a single chapter is around 3,000, and I average over 10,000 daily chapters. I know there are better people out there, but let's not compete with them. It's not easy to write 10,000 words a day. I hope everyone can support me with your monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 809. After a day when Han Fei had fully adapted to his current body, he finally understood what it meant to lift heavy weights as if they were light. So he stabilized his cultivation very well. Han Fei even had a vague feeling that if he had learned the art of disassembling spiritual energy earlier, improved his soul earlier, practiced the 108 desolate god body earlier, and deduced the void fishing art earlier, maybe he wouldn't have been beaten so badly in the battle against Chen Huangdian. He even felt that he had a 50% chance of blocking Chen Huangdian's attack when he was only a hanging fisher. After all, Forge the Universe wasn't the outside world. If Han Fei wanted to explore the changes of the level 7 spiritual heritage, he had to go to the outside world. After all, it had been 4 days. Those people wouldn't still be waiting outside. In any case, seeing that he disappeared, they probably guessed that he had run away, thinking that, with the sky dissecting finger, it shouldn't be a big problem for him. Swish! Han Fei appeared in the outside world, and it was really peaceful here. In the distant sky, the clouds were sparse, and within his perception, there were a few creatures swimming on the bottom of the sea. But compared to other places, there weren't many. In any case, Han Fei didn't stay in place immediately, but controlled the wind god boat to fly 20,000 kilometers in the direction that Little White had pointed. Then he stopped and landed on the sea. Han Fei released Little Gold and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. At this moment, it was sunset. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. How long had it been since he tried to cultivate with void fishing during the day? Han Fei looked down. The ocean was under his feet. There was an ice stone in Forge the Universe. Even if he was on fire, it shouldn't be a problem as long as he couldn't be burned to death. Immediately, Han Fei tried it. He sat cross-legged on the sea and began to cultivate. The moment he activated the void fishing art, a scorching beam of light seemed to fall from the sky, directly enveloping Han Fei. Whoop! Within a kilometer, the seawater was surging and countless marine creatures suddenly gathered towards the sea, where Han Fei was, as if they were crazy. Almost in an instant, Han Fei's newly grown hair and eyebrows began to burn. The billowing spiritual energy gave Han Fei quite a fright. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the moment the scorching pillar of light enshrouded him, Han Fei discovered that although he seemed to be in a magma purgatory, he miraculously felt that he could still hold on. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 3 seconds, Han Fei immediately stopped cultivating. He discovered that his skin was being destroyed and his flesh was being torn apart. Seeing that the pillar of flame gradually subsided, Han Fei grinned. He discovered that when his physique reached a certain level, he could actually withstand the attack of the blazing sun. He could even absorb the essence of the blazing sun during the day. Han Fei had a hunch that if he activated the indestructible body during cultivation, he might be able to persist for 10 seconds or even longer. At this moment, he finally understood why Ren Tianfei could return to the peak with the indestructible body after he was crippled. That surge of spiritual energy just now was more than 10 times that of normal cultivation. If this couldn't increase his strength quickly, then what else could he do? Han Fei even suspected that Ren Tianfei had been doing this since he was a fishing master, or even a great fishing master. Feeling the creatures rushing at him underwater, Han Fei spread out his hands and murmured, "The energy is enough to perform a powerful, sacrificing punch." Spiritual qi was instantly poured into it. No, I have to try again. Han Fei's body sank into the seawater. In an instant, hundreds of golden fist marks blasted out, and the art of invincibility was thrown out as if it were free. In an instant, countless creatures that came at him were crushed by Han Fei. At the same time, he deliberately didn't store spiritual energy, so that the spiritual energy and energy in his body were consumed quickly. The spiritual energy flows very smoothly, and the effect of the art of invincibility is at least 20% stronger. When this sea area was covered with the blood of creatures, Han Fei returned to the surface of the sea. He began to cultivate again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When Han Fei stopped cultivating, he felt that he was full of spiritual energy, which was more than 12,000 points. About 60% of his spiritual energy had been recovered. He had enough energy to fight another battle. However, he didn't recover 100% of his spiritual energy to the peak, only about 70%. Han Fei thought for a moment. "I'll be back in about 5 seconds. Hee. No wonder I can do whatever I want in the unknown place after breaking the 3rd barrier of the indestructible body art." Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. I guess Rin Tianfin didn't expect his situation at all when he said this. Right now, I can do whatever I want. It only took him 2 seconds to recover most of his spiritual energy. As long as he judged the timing correctly and used it properly, he could fight indefinitely. Besides, Han Fei clearly found that when he still had a low-level spiritual heritage, there was no such terrifying effect at all. This should be one of the benefits of a level 7 spiritual heritage. But there must be other benefits. What are they? After a while, because a large number of creatures were attracted over, Han Fei didn't deliberately consume spiritual energy and energy this time. When there was only 20% of his spiritual energy left, he steered the fishing boat to leave. Han Fei found that the natural absorption of spiritual energy in battle was much faster, to the point that he could feel it clearly. At first, Han Fei suspected that the effect of his combat skills would be higher and faster, but he found that his recovery ability was increasing, and it was increasing by a large margin. He steered the wind god boat and flew slowly for an hour. Han Fei was surprised to find that the spiritual energy his body automatically absorbed and the spiritual energy consumed to control the fishing boat reached a balance to a certain extent. Hiss! What an amazing recovery speed! 2 days later, Han Fei found the first inferior manfish. The moment he saw the inferior manfish, Han Fei knew that he had probably entered the range of the Scattered Stars Island. 3 days later, Han Fei found that the number of inferior manfish had increased. He landed in the sea and walked towards the inferior manfish step by step. When the inferior manfish saw that Han Fei was a human being, it was furious. Although the gap between the two sides was too big, the inferior manfish couldn't clearly sense Han Fei's strength, so it rushed over. Bam! 1 punch. Under 1 punch, the inferior manfish's body exploded. Killing 1 inferior manfish would inevitably attract more inferior manfish. When a large number of inferior manfish surrounded him, he could really kill them with 1 punch. Even those who had cultivated to the peak of the demonic transformation realm could only be killed with 1 punch. At this moment, Han Fei roughly summed up the advantages of a level 7 spiritual heritage. His recovery effect was greatly enhanced. The smoothness of his use of spiritual energy was improved by about 20%. The strength of his meridians was definitely at least 50% stronger than before, because he practiced the indestructible body and the 108 desolate god body. Han Fei wasn't sure whether the recovery effect of his cultivation during the day was directly related to his spiritual heritage. However, when spiritual energy filled his body, the endurance of his meridians was indeed greatly enhanced. This was also one of the reasons why he could recover spiritual energy and energy so quickly. In short, Han Fei found that an advanced spiritual heritage had an absolute advantage over a low-level one, whether it was fighting, cultivation, recovery, or any other aspect. Seeing those inferior manfish fleeing in panic, Han Fei didn't run away immediately. After picking up a lot of harpoons, he strolled on the sea leisurely. According to his estimation, the inferior manfish could at most summon half-mermaids or sea demons. Han Fei wanted to know how strong he was right now. He needed someone to refer to him. More than an hour later, a half-mermaid at the peak of the demonic transformation realm carrying a golden harpoon appeared. Seeing that Han Fei was as strong as him, the half-mermaid glanced at his golden harpoon and immediately pointed at Han Fei. Human die. Boom! A sacrificing punch was blasted out. Under the shocked gaze of the half-mermaid heavenly talent, the Sea King's secret technique had just been used, and it was hit by the sacrificing punch. Clang! The remnant body of this inferior manfish flew out more than 800 meters and was directly crushed, without even a chance to struggle. When he walked out of the void, he saw that Han Fei was holding his semi-divine weapon and suppressing it. The half-mermaid heavenly talent didn't dare to take time to recall his weapon and immediately turned around to run. Han Fei didn't stop him. Run away. He would call a stronger one over. As for those inferior man-fish, they had already fled without a trace, sitting cross-legged on the sea, cultivating for 2 minutes. Han Fei quickly left that area. After waiting for a full hour, Han Fei saw a sea demon realm half-mermaid carrying an ultra-quality demonic weapon. However, looking at the weapon in his hand, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "You don't even have a semi-divine weapon. How dare you come?" The half-mermaid seemed to know Han Fei's strength. With a hiss, a water man more than 100 meters tall condensed. "Human, you're just a peak-level hanging fisher. How dare you be so arrogant?" Han Fei twisted his head. "Come on, let me feel how powerful a sea demon realm powerhouse is. First, asking for votes. End of this chapter.